This is Sky Sports, a part of the British Sky Broadcasting Network. Sky Sports and Ford proudly present Ford Super Sunday. Exclusively live, Swindon Town versus Liverpool. Only on Sky Sports.
Last season ended in triumph as Swindon finally made it to the big time. But they've already discovered how tough life is up there. And today they face a rampant Liverpool team who aim to go top.
Ford Super Sunday.
This little Wiltshire town came alive at the end of last season when Swindon secured a Wembley playoff place in the Premiership. They're in with the big boys for the first time in their 112-year history. Today they're going to find out what it means to come up against the most successful club in the country, Liverpool.
Barnes, he looks for goal! Not Hutchison. That's the equaliser. Walters. Goal! Fantastic goal! Rosenthal puts it away! Liverpool look to have stolen it late. He goes Ruddock, and a goal from Clough. Rush. Yeah. Rush on the turn, and Ian Rush. Mulvey, goal. McManaman, oh what a goal! Ronnie Rosenthal, Redknapp for the cutback, Rush! Oh, it's Clough. Clough again!
We have a little piece of history on Sky Sports this afternoon. The first ever league meeting between Swindon Town, the FA Carling Premiership new boys, and Liverpool, who have won the lot down the years. Our second Ford Super Sunday of the new season, and what an afternoon in prospect. Liverpool with the chance to go top for the first time under Graham Souness. They've had a dream start. Swindon Town had better be ready. We're well underway now. We witnessed a marvellous match last Monday after starting on a brand new Super Sunday at Carrow Road.
Owen takes the corner. Keane. Hughes, there's no flag from the linesman. Gunn backpedaling. It comes for Giggs. It nestles in the corner of the net. And the champions have taken the lead at Carrow Road. They've become accustomed to Manchester United with Eric Cantona. It'll be interesting to analyse in the end how they've done without him. But Hughes for Robson, that's how they've done. They lead 2-0.
The champions off the mark, and the Monday night football took us to White Hart Lane.
Arsenal have a corner inside the last 4 minutes. McGoldrick to take it. Adams comes forward. Linnigan comes forward. Here's the corner. And Linnigan, and into the net. A goal for Arsenal by Ian Wright. And that may well decide it. Arsenal look to have stolen it. And it's that man again, Ian Wright.
Well, they had. That's how it finished, 1-0. Swindon and Liverpool this afternoon. Let's find out a little bit more about Swindon, the town.
Splashing down upon the roofs of Swindon Town.
So now we know. We'll find out a little bit more about Swindon Football Club in our matchday programme very shortly. We're joined on Super Sunday by Colin Calderwood, who skippered Swindon to that playoff success last season. He's now playing his football at Tottenham, of course. And Phil Thompson, the former Liverpool captain, who's got a bag full of medals. Welcome, both of you. Much of a wrench to leave here, Colin, was it?
It was more than what a lot of people would understand, I think. I've been here a long time, right from the 4th Division, and it did seem a funny time to leave, but the opportunity to go to Spurs was one I couldn't turn down.
You feel a little bit strange when you walk back in here today?
A little bit, yeah, because I know just about everyone in the ground and a lot of the supporters, and it's nice to see Swindon in the Premier League, but they've got to get over that nice feeling of just being there and start to pick up some points.
Get amongst it, as they need to today.
Yeah.
Now, Phil, you've got a story to tell us about Swindon, haven't you?
Yes, it's many years ago, towards the end of my career. Well, not when I was about 25, as most people would think. Towards the end, I was about 30, 31. I got invited down. The manager's job was up for grabs, and the chairman then, I think it was Mr. Hillier, I'm not sure, invited me down to just have a look around, see what I thought of the place. Little did I know that I was coming down for an interview. There must have been about, I think, 15 directors. And there I went, sat in the chair, and they all started firing questions. And I went home, thought nothing more of it. And 8 o'clock that night, I had a phone call, and he said, "The job's yours." I don't know what I did to impress them, I must admit. But I had a word with Joe Fagan the following day, and he said if I felt as though I wanted to carry on playing, because it was a difficult job being a player manager, he said, and I said, "Well, I do, yeah." He said, "Well, forget about it." He said, if that's the way you feel and your heart's not right into it, he said, "I'd suggest you give it a miss," which I did do, and I think within 24, 48 hours, Lou McCarty got the job.
And the rest's history,
yes,
as they say. Phil Thompson and Colin Calderwood, our guests this afternoon. The first ever league meeting between Swindon Town and Liverpool, and it's live here on Sky Sports. Mind you, it's not Swindon's first flirtation with the big time. Do you remember this? Back in 1992, the FA Cup 5th round tie between Swindon Town and Aston Villa. Ron Atkinson's first year in charge at Villa. I think this was the year they were hotly tipped to go all the way to the final, Phil, wasn't it?
Yes.
Dwight York opening the scoring. It settled the nerves. Full house that day, Colin, wasn't there?
Yeah, it was a super atmosphere on a Sunday afternoon, and here I go on a bit of a slide.
Oh, that's you, is it?
Yeah.
Well, that led, in fact, to the second goal. Dwight York, well, we thought he might score there.
Sean's done ever so well there. We thought we'd got away with it, and then a shot like that, there's not much you can do about.
Stephen Froggatt. Steve Staunton does that these days for Aston Villa from that same sort of position. Although Swindon did get back into it. Dave Mitchell grabbing one late on. And then it got very anxious. And here's the evidence of all that. On the bench that day, Villa's assistant manager, Andy Gray, not looking too happy. I'm pleased to say he smiles a little bit more these days. Very much a part of our Sky Sports team, of course. Andy Gray, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, Richard, looking happy, but don't you believe there's any less pressure working with you than there was working with Ron Atkinson? It's far more difficult working with you and keeping you happy. But I think what I was looking so glum about, a little story about that particular moment, we had just lost a goal and Big Ron wasn't too happy about one international's lack of effort in stopping that goal, and he just said to me about 5 seconds before that shot, "Andy, no matter what the score is here, when we get in that dressing room after the game, I want you to give this lad the biggest rollicking he's ever had in his life." And as assistant, I hadn't done much of that under Big Ron. The first time actually he'd asked me to it. So I was more worried about this ex-international, this current international. What he would do to me? Would he stick one on me, or would he just accept the criticism? But needless to say, it went okay. We ended up winning 2-1. But as you saw from the pictures earlier, it really was a game that was littered with great goals. 3 superb goals, a lot of good football. And that's what Swindon under Glenn Hoddle have become. My first memory, though, of the county ground, would you believe? I have one, Richard, yes, I have one. Goes way back to 1980, the year that Wolves won the League Cup. And I might as well get it in, but I happened to score the winner against Notts Forest. But the semi-final, we were drawn against Swindon. The first leg was here at the county ground, and they beat us 2-1. It's a fantastic atmosphere, as with night games there always is. We beat them 3-1 at Molineux. But both games I remember were very, very important games. Really, really big. I think this one has got that type of atmosphere to it today. This is a big, big game for Swindon. The biggest they've encountered for many, many a year. And if there's one word of hope for Swindon today, I think they'll turn it on. I think it will lift them playing against Liverpool, a resurgent Liverpool, really rampant like Liverpool. But I think they'll turn it on today. They're playing against a side who play football. I think they won't have enjoyed playing against Sheffield United and Oldham too much because they'd have been really at them. But Liverpool will allow them to play the ball around, and Swindon will enjoy that. And one word of comfort for them. I know Liverpool are red-hot favourites today to take 3 points. But just remember, Swindon, so were Manchester United yesterday.
Yes, that's a fair point. Newcastle United got their first point yesterday at Old Trafford. All the goals coming up later in the programme. Right now, let's meet the rest of our Sky Sports team. Martin Tyler in a moment or so. First of all, Nick Collins, who's pitchside. Nick, how are you doing?
Richard, hello. The loudspeaker, of course, has started right on cue. There you are. You can tell this is live. Just want to tell you a little bit about the pitch, actually, here, because I think that sounds like there we are. That's better, isn't it? Just want to tell you a little bit about the pitch here, because it's been widened during the summer under the instructions of the then manager, Glenn Hoddle, and the present manager, John Gorman. It was widened by a yard each side because they felt it would suit Swindon's style of play a bit better. There was also another reason for doing some work on the pitch, though. Over the years, sand has been added to the subsoil here, and it's raised the level of the playing surface. And as a result, the linesmen were finding when they were running along the side, they were actually running on a slant. So the work on the pitch has cured that problem as well. Where I'm standing at the moment is actually the edge of the old pitch. This is where the old pitch ended, and obviously you can see where the new touchline is, so there's about a yard or so there. I was talking to Jeff Warren, the Swindon groundsman, earlier today. He's delighted with the overnight rain because this pitch has had less time to recover than most. Swindon, remember, were involved in the playoffs. They were training on here till, May the 31st, something like that. So they've only had 7 weeks to get the new pitch ready. They're very pleased with it. It should play well. The rain has given it a little bit of give. Still pretty firm, though, so I think we can expect short studs being used by the players today. Quick word about the Shrivenham Road stand behind me. The top tier of it won't be used today. It's condemned, in fact. The lower tier will be in use. The supporters will be standing there. And there's quite a history, actually, to this stand. Rumour has it that Field Marshal Montgomery actually had it ordered to be built, and it did some sterling service at the Aldershot military tattoos during the 1940s and 50s. In 1957, it was transported over here, lock, stock and barrel to the county ground, and as I say, that's where it is at the moment, although its days are numbered despite its wonderful history. Just to give you finally a demonstration of how much interest there is in this game, we're reliably informed that tickets are changing hands via the touts for 3 to 4 times their face value outside. We're expecting a capacity 18,000 crowd, so the people of Swindon really are looking forward to this one, Richard, as indeed we all are.
Yes, indeed. You've got the next best seat in the house where you are at home, in the pub, wherever it might be. Martin Tyler joins us. Martin, you were here Wednesday night when Swindon Town were beaten late by Oldham, yes?
I was, Richard. I was sitting on the far side then, but today I'm in the condemned part of the ground, which, of course, is quite right for commentators who are totally expendable. But Swindon, the impression that they gave me here on Wednesday was a lovely, family-friendly club entering the hard-nosed business world of the Premier League. They had a tough experience on Wednesday night, but in truth, although the goal came in injury time for Oldham, Oldham certainly deserved to win that game. 3 of the Swindon players have become dads this week, but what Swindon really need is some happy events out on the pitch this afternoon. I was also up at Anfield on the last day of last season when, of course, there was so much speculation about the future of Graham Souness. They played Tottenham then, and if you remember, Graham wasn't at the game. He went to watch a match at Coventry, and we all wondered whether he would be manager at the start of this season. Well, of course he is, and as you were quite rightly saying, if Liverpool get the right sort of win today, they will go top for the first time under Graham's management. How things do change. They're not talking about getting rid of him at the moment. What they do have is a real seniority about their side at the moment, with Steve Nicol in midfield, Ronnie Whelan back fit again. And we talk about the age of players, but I think over the past few days, Linford Christie has reminded us that age doesn't matter too much. If you're good enough, it doesn't matter how old you are.
Martin, thank you very much. Isn't it great to have the football back? It makes you wonder what we were all doing on a Sunday through the summer, doesn't it? Already plenty of action outside the stadium. As Nick was saying, it's a sellout. Swindon has prepared itself properly and well for the biggest game in the club's history to date. A new strip, which was unveiled in those playoffs at Wembley at the end of last season. And the Reds are here in force as well. Live on Super Sunday, it's Swindon Town against Liverpool. Next, a closer look at Swindon, the club, in our matchday programme. Stay with us.
Tonight on Sky. At 6 on Sky 1, Homer and Bart get it together in a double helping of The Simpsons.
Ay, caramba!
And following at 7, a close encounter with a very strange life form in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. At 8 on Sky Movies Plus. Take a terrifying ride into the future, Free Jack. And at 10 on Sky Movies Gold, Peter Sellers in his final screen performance, Being There. Tonight on Sky.
If you keep an open mind, you'll discover dark secrets. Have you been here long?
Uncle Ben's sauces. Let's try sweet and sour tonight. Just brown some pork and pour the sauce. It's full of crispy vegetables like bamboo shoots, peppers and pineapple. And serve with Uncle Ben's rice. They're delicious.
Uncle Ben's. Perfect results every time.
Shower gel makes me tingle. Oh,
Sega TV weather spot.
Ever wondered what weathermen wear below the waist? Game Gear!
Okay, what?
Comes with 4 games, one size, all the colors, yours for $99.99, and it's unisex!
Be this good. Say Sega!
Indigestion. It's a bit like swallowing a rhinoceros sideways.
It was a great relief, really, to come across.
Ready rapids. Well, I liked them because
They've got a nice fruity flavour to them.
Tangy.
They do taste good.
Everybody says if you've got indigestion...
The pain do ease with Rapids.
It's tangy, it's fast, it's Rennie Rapids.
Hitachi's new Cinema Sound TV. 4 speakers put you right in the middle of the action. The Cinema Sound with Dolby Pro Logic from Hitachi.
Major play here. A 50-yard crossfield pass, then he cuts outside to the end zone.
Insignia Rio and Olympian. It's a result.
I did that. It was nice of them to do that.
and that.
Someone else did all that.
I'm glad they don't do that.
At Thomson, we spend 52 weeks a year making your 2 weeks perfect.
Welcome back. We're at Swindon Town, the county ground, on Super Sunday, where Liverpool are the visitors this afternoon.
Now, can you take a photograph of me kissing you?
No. It's about an hour down the M4 as you travel west out of London. The weather, well, it's been raining heavily this morning. We can expect around about kick-off time sunny spells and showers, wind northeasterly up to 15 miles an hour, and temperatures approaching 17 degrees centigrade. We've been outside once or twice, plenty of activity inside as well. That's the Swindon Town dressing room. Can't quite make out what's on the board there. Probably shouldn't either. There's the strapping, jerseys, a free match day programme, all the way around to the number 4 there. Squad numbers, of course. That's Mickey Hazard's jersey. And this is Liverpool. No shirts. They're giving nothing away. But obviously playing in green, or a version of the green this afternoon. Well, we found out about Swindon, the Wiltshire town. Let's find out more about the club now. This is the definitive insight into Swindon Town, our match day programme.
Hello everybody, my name is Jan Åge Fjørtoft. I'm a Norwegian. Played the last 4 seasons for Rapid Vienna in Austria. Signed from Rapid this year for £500,000, and I'm gonna try to do my part to let Swindon survive in the Premier League. I think the best moment in my career is playing for my country, playing for Norway. I'm very proud of being a Norwegian, and always like to come back to play the home games at Ullevål Stadion, and we have done some good victories the last time. And one of the big goals now is of course to qualify for USA.
Bjornaby. Nodded back in, off the bar and in. Norway lead by 2-0. Fjørtoft is the scorer.
If I wasn't a footballer, I think I would have done some work with kids or youth people, because I like doing things with other people, and I guess I will do some of this stuff. I couldn't sit in an office doing a normal job. I would have been out with people and working with them. I think it's very important for every human being to put his life in a perspective. And I think that's positive for me, because okay, the most important thing for me by Swindon is to score goals, but it's not the most important thing in my life, and I try to make those two parts away from one another, because everybody says that football is everything for me. It's not everything for me. I believe in God. I know other things are much more important than football, and I think that's why I have a good, relaxed relationship to football, and that's good for me.
Let that children's laughter remind us how we used to be. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow.
My motto in life is, I'm not just at the football pitch. I've taken it from Muhammad Ali, and he has it from a song for Whitney Houston, I guess. And it's, if I fail or I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity.
Because the greatest love of all is happening to me.
I think all Swindon looking forward to the Liverpool game is the biggest game so far in the season. And the players looking forward to the game. We are going to do our best. We'll do everything to beat Liverpool, and I mean that will give us the confidence we need to survive in the Premier League.
I played for Swindon Schoolboys many moons ago, probably 5 years ago now, 5 and a bit, in the days with Mike Hunt and Mike Summerby and Ernie Hunt. They were just got into the first team, but they used to come and train with the schoolboys, and I was a goalkeeper in those days. I spent my time bending down, picking the ball out of the net. The events of 3 years ago were bitterly disappointing to everybody. In fact, I'd been in Finland at the time of the playoff at Wembley, and I got back to Heathrow, and nobody knew the result of the game at Wembley, and eventually a porter told me that we'd won it 1-0. So, of course, I'm on cloud 9, celebrating with everybody else, and then within a matter of a few days, everybody was down in the dumps. They've had some personnel changes in key positions, and I think that will inevitably take a little time to settle down, but I'm looking forward to seeing that settle and produce some results. They like the big occasion, and there can be no bigger occasion in league football than entertaining Liverpool, surely. I think we've actually got a reasonable track record against Liverpool on the occasions we've met at the county ground, in League Cup games or whatever cup games, from a few years back. But this is a whole new ball game on Sunday, and I think the boys will be pumped up. John Gorman will have them ready mentally for such a game.
I've got to firstly get my place in the side, and if I do that, I'm looking forward to it. Well, they've played some good football over the last 4 years. The record speaks for itself. Obviously, in the Premier League, playing against the big guns, it's going to be very difficult for them. I think basically what we've got to do is just take our time and, the old cliche, take every game as it comes and see how we get on.
Being in the Premier League this time round means a lot because we've been let down before. We've had the team, we've had the management before. Things didn't go in our favour, but this time we're up there and we can beat the best, and we're going to.
Well, I've supported them since they've been in the 4th Division, and it's brilliant. It's really good. So much for the fans that have really supported them. Now we can get behind them and support them when the big teams are here.
Oh, they've bought some good players, and John Gorman's a good manager, and when Glenn Hoddle was there, he was a good assistant manager.
We should lose, frankly speaking, because like Liverpool, miles better team, but we're hopeful that we win. People who are just buzzing in this town, like the season tickets, there's been nothing like it. Also, they're in a close season. You see people with the new Swindon Town shirts. Everyone just wants a piece of the action now.
was the hopeful cheer of thousands of fans who had come from Wiltshire to see their third division heroes face mighty First Division Arsenal in the final of the League Cup. Swindon took every opportunity, rattling the Londoners. They certainly deserved to go ahead through smart. But with 4 minutes left, Gould brought the Londoners back into the running. Arsenal, it seemed, was still to be reckoned with as extra time started. But the Swindon lads had really stoked their fire up. Mighty Rogers grabbed back the lead with a great goal. What a day for Swindon Town. Their supporters were ecstatic. But the scoring wasn't over yet. Rogers made it 3-1. Don Rogers was the hero of a team of heroes. Swindon Town had come to town and beaten one of the country's greatest football machines to win the coveted Football League Cup.
The way it went, the script couldn't have been written better. I mean, to win in extra time, and for me to get both the goals was absolutely, well, tremendous. Well, the first goal was scrappy, really. But the second one was the one that everybody seemed to remember, obviously. It's running sort of 50 yards and rounding Bob Wilson, which everybody likes to make a mention of, and knock it in the back of the net, which finished the game. That was the important thing. I mean, once we went 3-1 up, the game's finished then.
Bringing on back the good times, taking away the pain.
John, looking at training, one wouldn't guess from the spirit of the players that you've lost your opening 2 games in the Premier League.
You're right, absolutely right, and that's the spirit that we aim to keep here, which we've always had. And it'll stand us in great stead because, you know, we understand that the games that are the most important thing is winning matches, but you must always enjoy your training. It's so very important. And it's only 2 games in the season, so it's not all doom and gloom here by any means. We're looking forward immensely to playing Liverpool. It should be a great occasion for us and a game that we hope to really do well in.
I was going to say, in a sense, Liverpool will give you the chance to play football, which is what Swindon are renowned for.
Yeah, we probably, the last couple of games, we've been had to work at our physical side of our game even more, and possibly with our football has we've not played as well as we'd like to have played. We've not put the flowing passes together again. We want to get that back again, and obviously playing a team like Liverpool might give us that opportunity. But of course, the most important aim is, of course, to get a result, because we were very disappointed to lose the opening 2 games, and we felt that, as I say, the games were very close, and it could have went either way. We could have managed to come out with 2 points in 1 point in each game for sure, and it ended up we've got nothing. But now will make us even more determined when we play against Liverpool on Sunday.
If you had to name one thing, what is it you'd say you've learned so far from the first week of the Premiership?
I think, obviously, we've not seen many teams anyway yet, but the physical and the fitness side of it is very, very strong, you know, and the speed is much quicker than probably it was even in the First Division. But in saying that, it's been 2 stellar teams that obviously work very hard at that side of their game and are good at it, and we've had to try and match them, and we've done that as well, to be honest. We've matched them, but they were possibly a little bit stronger than us on the day, which is something we've got to really be better at this season to play in the Premier League, because it seems to be a lot depends on fitness and strength.
Wasn't it great to see those old black and white pictures? All the neutrals delighted to see Swindon up after what, 3 years, was it, Colin? 3 years ago. Thought you were up, and then the authorities said no and snatched it back. What was that like?
Devastating to hear it from a phone call from a radio reporter. It was, the world stopped for a second or two, because we were led to believe that the decision would be a fine for the club, and it was no one really understood the full implications of it at that time. And as players, we were just going out and playing the games, and we thought the club would be fined, and if we won the game at Wembley, we'd play in the First Division as it was then. But
it's a remarkable achievement that they've managed to get it all back together and finally arrived, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think the club will ever be able to say that they've got it back together, because due to that we've had to sell players, and the team that we had then was exceptional, and we're going up on the crest of a wave, and the money that generated then, it's something that would take an awful long time to get back. Getting back as we did last year. So obviously the money, I think, has improved even from then, which will help the club. But it's something that will still rankle with a lot of Swindon supporters for a long, long time.
Well, Swindon are in the big time at last. Liverpool, it seems, have been around forever, and this is how they've been preparing for this match.
Whisper it quietly, but Liverpool are on the way back. 2 wins out of 2 have given the team and their fans renewed hope. There's a growing belief that this could be a season of real achievement at Anfield. And the way Nigel Clough has started his career on Merseyside with 3 goals in his first 2 games just adds to that belief. The club's other major summer signing, Neil Ruddock, also feels he's made exactly the right move too.
The notable thing I've seen is that everybody's so comfortable on the ball. I mean, they never get flustered. They always keep their cool, and they always make, you know, Jan, Ronnie in midfield. They've just make themselves so much time in midfield. It's just it's a joy to watch and it's a joy to play with them.
And Ruddock, of course, helped provide Clough with his 2nd goal against Sheffield Wednesday on their debut last week. While on Wednesday night at Loftus Road, Ruddock demonstrated his defensive qualities, shackling England striker Les Ferdinand as Liverpool emerged with a convincing 3-1 victory.
Many people say Liverpool is a unique football club. What kind of differences have you noticed between Liverpool and other clubs you've played for?
Mainly they keep, you know, pass the ball. They do a lot of 1-touch, 2-touch football in training, and you do all your hard work with a football, which is, no other clubs you do running that, but at Liverpool you do your hard work with a football, which makes it enjoyable, but it's still hard. And they do everything right. They make you eat the right things, drink the right things, and, you know, and they're very strict and disciplined and that, and they do everything properly, and it's, you know, it's showing on the field at the moment.
How far could this Liverpool side go, do you think? I mean, there's still several players not even fit again yet, aren't there?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's early days yet. I mean, people are talking about, you know, they're going, you know, championship and all that, but it's early days. We've had 2 great wins, and as I say, we've got a tough one Sunday away at Swindon. We've got to win that, and as I say, if we keep on winning, that's what we're paid to do, and that's what we're trying to do.
As for Clough, well, his dramatic start in a Liverpool shirt has delighted the fans, but it's provoked a typically down-to-earth response from the man himself.
Yes, fine. Obviously, things have gone well in the first couple of games, and just looking forward to the rest of the season.
How important was it for you, in your own mind, to make a good start the way you have?
Yeah, obviously very important, especially getting a goal or 2. That helps any striker settle down and just get a little bit of confidence.
What's it like playing for Liverpool?
It's good, you know, a great team and an awful lot of good players around you. It's been a pleasure so far.
Well, we went back to the old ways, and the guys are liking it. The boss has come here and he's told us this season that we haven't won many games away from home, so if you want to go near winning the championship, you've got to pick up points away from home, such as here at QPR.
Grobbelaar, of course, another who's made a good start this season, though he preferred to talk about Clough.
Nigel Clough has slotted in beautifully, just like the old system with Kenny Dalglish there. You know, it's a great tribute to say put him on the same pedestal as Kenny Dalglish, because they're 2 tremendous players and they score goals and they're opportunists. And it's very hard for me to say that who's the better of the 2, and time will tell. Kenny was at the club a long, long time, and everybody expected him to score. And now that Nigel Clough has come in, he's scored 3 goals in 2 games. It's going to be quite interesting.
And with Ian Rush also back in the scoring groove, there's every indication that this year Liverpool are finally ready and willing to mount a serious title challenge.
High praise indeed for Nigel Clough from Bruce Grobbelaar. What do you make of that, Phil?
I think it's putting a little bit too much pressure on the lad. OK, I suppose there's similarities there. Nobody's ever going to be a Kenny Dalglish, and I think Nigel's probably said the right things there. It's early days. He's looking to the rest of the season, and he is a good player in his own right. And we've always looked, when I was at Liverpool, we always looked at him as a Liverpool player. And he's came in and he's shown it. He's just slotted straight in.
As a Liverpool fan, are you pleased that people are saying they're back?
Yeah, but again, I think everybody, fans and everybody to do with it. It's early days, there's 2 games, but it's great to see Liverpool putting the frighteners on people again, because that is where we should be. People should be worried about Liverpool, and not as it was for the last 18 months.
Briefly, what did Bruce Grobbelaar mean? We've gone back to the old ways. What's changed then?
It's hard to say. I've not been there for 12 months, so I don't really know. But I know a few changes have been made, and I just think it's probably the atmosphere. It looks as though he's gone for the older hands of Nicol, Mulby, Whelan, Rush, Grobbelaar. He's looked at them, and I think he's looking to get a little consolidate with the older players before he sort of maybe brings in the younger lads again, because they had a hard year last year, and it's proven dividends. the lads look solid.
Our live football... Sorry to interrupt, there was more. We'll hear from Phil Thompson a little more later. Our live football on Super Sunday this afternoon comes from the county ground. It's Swindon Town against Liverpool, who, as we've said once or twice, have won the lot down the years. The European Cup 4 times. This is Swindon's first season in the big time in their 112-year history. They've never played such a big game as this. The county ground has seen nothing like this. Coming next, all of yesterday's goals.
Here's a special announcement for all viewers who do not subscribe to a movie channel.
The Sky multi-channel package begins on September the 1st.
Just 9 days to go.
If you're not already a subscriber, phone 0506 460000 now to order your subscription for just $3.99 a month.
In 9 days, it's a brand new Sky with Sky multi-channels.
Call 0506 460000 now.
At Rover Dealers, we don't believe our job ends with the sale of a car. We believe that's where it begins.
New Pear's Cleansing Bar with glycerin and avocado oil to cleanse skin softly and beautifully, because all my skin needs is pears and water.
If you worry about germs on kitchen surfaces, try new Flash Liquid Gel. It wipes out stains, helps wipe out germs, and helps you wipe out worry.
Hitachi's new Cinema Sound TV. 4 speakers put you right in the middle of the action. The Cinema Sound with Dolby Pro Logic from Hitachi.
A designer is certainly dealing with life as it is, but dreaming about life as it should be. Look at that. A restaurant is a powerful machine. How it functions is probably the most important thing. Being able to move easily between tables, getting in and out through the kitchen, picking the food up, loading it onto trays. Because I view things as a designer, I'm used to having a sort of vision of the art of the possible. The idea of connecting restaurants with food stores was quite an original thing to do. It seems to work very well. I asked a French friend of mine, and he said, in France we would probably call this a gastrodrome. I think the function of American Express card is to make life easier. I would never have anything except the classic green card.
The American Express card is welcomed at all good places, including your local gastrodrome.
Target sighted, going in. Start! Fire at will! No! Start! Well, that makes a refreshing change. Aston Vista, baby.
Woodpecker, what a refreshing change!
Shark Week, next week on Discovery.
Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre has so many delicious combinations, you're never tired of the taste.
Oh, no, we've run out of milk.
Don't worry, I've sent George to get some from those French blokes outside.
I'm back.
Kellogg's Fruit and Fibre, you're never tired of the taste.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. Swindon Town against Liverpool this afternoon. Bet they've seen a few matches at the county ground down the years. That young lady maybe not seen too many. Nigel Clough, who's got the number 7 shirt at Anfield these days, and he wears it well, or so far at least. I think we've got the message. One of the few grounds left where there are floodlights as well. It was easy to find our way in here today. Follow the lights. Not so easy up and down the country now. Summer spending. These two clubs have been busy in the transfer market. Liverpool have paid nearly £5 million, both Neil Ruddock and Nigel Clough. Swindon £1.42 million for Fjortoft, Much, Nyholt and Whitbread. Liverpool, I think, are here. They are indeed. There's Roy Evans, the assistant manager, Ronnie Moran, who's done so much at Liverpool down the years. Familiar faces these. Mark Walters, does he play today? We'll find out shortly. Nick Collins is busy in the dressing room area, waiting for the teams. Confirmation of the lineups today. Ian Rush just going through there, the new Liverpool captain. Razor Ruddock and Nigel Clough. Unfamiliar territory for Liverpool. This, the first ever league meeting between the two clubs. Our guests, Colin Calderwood, the former Swindon skipper, who's now with Tottenham, Phil Thompson, and on the far end there, of course, Andy's joined us. Welcome. Big smiles this afternoon. None more so than when Everton went top yesterday, eh?
It's nice, yeah. I fancied them to get a good start, and I'm absolutely delighted. It'll do the confidence no harm at all. It's good to see. I'm glad for Howard in particular.
Well, that's where we start our roundup of all yesterday's goals. 4 more for Everton. 4-2 winners over Sheffield United at Goodison Park, Andy.
Yeah, this is a great result when you consider that Sheffield United are actually have been their bogey team, home and away in the last few years. And right, what, 50 seconds, I think, Dane Whitehouse opened the score, and then Everton must have thought, oh, God, here we go again. Remember, you and I saw Sheffield United hammer Everton late on last season. But there's a new confidence around at the moment. Peter Beagrie gets involved here, and he's playing particularly well. And I'm delighted to actually see him cross a ball like that on the run. So many times you see Peter pull it back, and as a striker, you've made your run and had to check again, but not with Tony Cottee there. Pretty good start for them, though, isn't it, Phil? Yeah,
oh, yes.
You'll be pleased to see that. As a red.
No, but as you say there, like, even as players, you know, Peter Beagrie's renowned for sort of pulling it back, going one way, going the other.
It's nice to see him settled now. He's had a traumatic couple of years, Tony Cottee, and just signed a new contract, and he looks well settled. But Alan Cork, how long is he keep going to score goals? Makes it a little bit nervy for them, but Tony Cottee finishes it off very well indeed. This is a little example. If the cross is right, you don't need to be 6 foot plus, Richard, to score a header. It's a lovely ball.
It's a great ball.
Colin Calderwood sitting studiously, having a close look at these players, of course, that you'll be confronting this season.
Yeah.
Colin, what about Tony Cottee?
Coming up against the top strikers in the country now, and watching a lot of your football to try and study them and see if you can glean a few tips and try to stop them. But if the ball's delivered right, then it's very hard to stop. And that last goal there was very little the defenders could have done to that. That was a super goal.
I think it's a frightening prospect, particularly thinking about Manchester United coming at you full tilt. That was what Newcastle faced yesterday at Old Trafford, but they surprised everybody and came away with a point.
Yeah, this was a great performance from Newcastle. And at one time, I mean, we watched that connection last week against Norwich, Hughes and Robson, and it was fabulous. But, I mean, Giggs hits that well enough. I don't think it's the best one he's ever hit. And I would have serious question marks about the goalkeeper, would you know?
I would do, because it's great when you see it from behind the goal. Why he takes that step left and he cuts his legs off, really. There's no way he's going to get back. But I still think with him getting his 2 hands to the ball, I think his wrist should have been stronger to have pushed it wide.
We're going to see that in a minute, Phil, the free kick, but that was a lovely little ball. What's his name, Richard? Do you know that guy?
Thank you.
Papavasalou, yeah. Testing you. But Andy Cole, the one who's had all the headlines close season, they were saying this is the lad that George Graham shouldn't have sold, gets off the mark. It was a lovely little finish. Very, very cool, very composed. That was great. But as I was saying, Phil was talking about the free kick. We're going to have a little look at it again in more detail. It's just what we were saying about last week. If we could just run it on from there. I mean, you know Mark Hughes and Colin will play against him, but could we just hold it there as it's played into Hughes? I don't know about you, Phil, but do you not think a player of Mark Hughes' ability is getting too much space there?
Yeah. Because at that time, there's nobody else to mark. So he can go very, very close to him, but he's been allowed to turn and face the play.
But then, I mean, that's a huge gap then, isn't it? It's tempting. I mean, you can just imagine Keane or Robson coming flying through there.
Yeah, but I think initially, if the centre-back does go close to
This
Mark
guy
Hughes,
here?
yeah, if he does go close to him, first of all,
what do you think?
I think it will draw. I think it's the left full-back there.
Draw him in.
He will come in, but with him not moving and just basically hanging in there, of course he's staying out there, and that creates that gap. And when you do, Robbo or
any doubts
Keane.
about a free kick here?
No.
Colin, no?
I don't think they would have got it given against him at St James's Park.
There's a free kick. There's a free kick.
He hits it well enough. I don't think there's any argument with the quality. But if we can just hold it there. Now, I don't know. If I was a manager there, I could probably draw a line down my goal and say to the goalkeeper, right, your wall are taking this part. Now, I think he can be excused. If he bends that over there into the top corner, he can be excused for maybe not getting there. But I don't think he can be excused for getting beat anywhere in there. Would you agree?
Lovely drawings, Andy. Lovely drawings. I think it's beautiful.
I heard Dennis Law on the radio yesterday, Andy, saying there's been a lot of comparisons of Giggs and Best. He said, I don't think he's another Best. I think he's another Bobby Charlton, the way he strikes a ball with that left
He could be, but I mean, you didn't need to be Bobby Charlton. You could have been Jack Charlton, and if the goalkeeper had done that yesterday, you probably would have scored as well, Richard. I think that's the thing I'm trying to say. Or maybe no Jack.
No. I think it was the fear factor of the goalkeeper that Giggs was on the ball and he's got the talent to bend it over into that corner. And that's what's made him go that way. If it's someone else on the ball that he doesn't feel has got the talent to put it over the wall and in, under the bar, he'll stand his ground at the far post.
Fair point. OK, Norwich City we saw last week on Super Sunday. They were beaten by Manchester United 2-0. We thought they might be pointless at this stage, but my goodness, how they bounced back. They won at Blackburn in midweek and Leeds yesterday. 4-0, Andy.
Oh, this was incredible. I mean, we were all talking after they lost at home to Manchester United on Sunday that they were going away to Blackburn, they were going away to Leeds United. We were thinking that they might be sitting bottom of the league, Norwich, with no points. But, I mean, Howard Wilkinson mentioned it. The one thing you can't guard against or plan against are horrendous defending errors that plagued the performance of Leeds. And that was one from Tony Dorigo. And, I mean, the defending all over it left a lot to be desired, I think. I mean, we've got two centre-backs sitting here beside me, and, I mean, it can't fill you with any great admiration watching it, Phil.
No, we always believe that Liverpool, if you're centre-backs, if you don't come out of position, you're standing there, it makes it very difficult to beat. But I think Leeds was everything wrong about your centre-backs. They were getting drawn out to the middle, people were running out to the flank, they were following them, and it created holes all over the pitch.
This is a good strike from Jeremy Goss.
Oh, I thought he missed it, to be honest.
It's a lovely strike, and I heard people compare it to Marco van Bassen's. I think that's a bit too much, in my opinion. Very much a bit generous. It reminded me of a goal that Gary McAllister scored there last year, very early on in the season against Liverpool. He's coming in on it there, and he just keeps his eye on it. He sees it all the way, and it's a wonderful strike. But the move that led up to it was quite superb, and I don't know, perhaps we're not doing justice to Norwich's performance.
Well, that probably happened a lot last year. Norwich played exceptionally well. Everyone kept writing them off, and they produced results away from home time after time. And it wasn't because teams didn't regard them as a top team. It was because they are a good team in their own right.
Yeah. I mean, another error though you can't really plan for, can you?
When you play a game, if you get a goal scored against you, you hope it's a good goal.
Right.
And especially when you're at home, if you give one away early doors, it makes it an uphill battle, and you sometimes chase the game a little bit. And as Norwich did, they got the second and went on from there.
I mean, it was great. We're going to have a quick look through them again, as we've got you two boys here that are seasoned centre-backs and what have you, and just look at it a little bit more detail about the defending. The first goal comes in, and I mean, you can't really do anything. I was watching this, Phil, and I wondered, David O'Leary was in the side, and he's played, 1.5 games? If you can let's hold it there. What are we saying? Are you talking about these players coming back in, Phil?
Yeah, he's coming back. He was...
Too far?
Yeah.
Let's just run it on a minute. Now, as it comes in, just hold it a minute. I just wondered for a minute, you know, David O'Leary was at Arsenal, and I think Arsenal were always a side that if that centre-back was in that position, he knew, I think, that every other defender would have either been, you know, this side of him are at least in line with him. My line's not very straight there. But you can see David Lay's got his hand up. But what he doesn't realise is that Tony Dorigo is what, 4 or 5 yards deeper than him. And he just seems to freeze there.
See, he's came from a position there running back, David. He was miles out of position. He's come running back there. He's probably tired. And he's got back in, and he's probably gone, oh, that'll do me. He's offside now.
He actually didn't finish the game, did he? He went off.
He went off
early.
But Tony Dorigo there, like, he's got to take his position off the centre-back.
Can we hold that there? Now, we see Tony Dorigo over there again, Phil, and I often wonder whether, if you're a centre-back, would you not stay in that position and just take the man who comes over, Colin? Would you be sort of switching positions like that?
Hopefully, but you don't see the lead up to what's happening. In the ideal world, you would want your centre back to be there.
To be here.
Yeah, if it did come to a cross going into the box, and you did have time to switch, you would expect probably the centre half to pick up the big man at the back. But we don't see how that's happened.
Came from a throw-in, I think, just down here.
It might have been taken quick, and Leeds might have been on the attack.
But I mean, that looks comfortable, doesn't it? I mean, it doesn't look like there's any problems here.
I think the pacer, Rule Fox there, has made Tony Dorigo try and go and win the ball.
Yeah, but basically, Tony Dorigo's not short of pace,
no,
is
that's
you know,
true.
having said that, and he just misses the ball completely.
See, when this happens, though, can we hold it again? I think would we all be agreed here that when that happens, that John Newsom, the centre-back here, then has a problem? Does he stay with Chris Sutton, or does he go to the ball?
Well, he doesn't have a problem. He should be angling him now to have a shot, because he knows if he allows the ball to come here to 22, he's in deep trouble. So he should have been angling.
It should be tempting him to go that way, and putting his body a bit more this.
But where's all his strength? Where's all his strength?
On his right
it's
side.
Over that. It's over that side. So surely, and like he's going to keep him on his left foot. Rule Fox is. I know it all sounds as though there's plenty of time to talk about it, but no, you've got to make those split decisions, and he's left the gap. Newsom was marking there Sutton, so surely he should have said, well, I know where he is. I'm not going to allow the ball to go to him. Go on, Fox. If he has a shot, well, again, it's got to be a really good shot.
And this was the end of a lovely move. I don't think we could pick the bones out of a lot of things, but I don't think we could pick the bones out of this. Because it's just, we don't make any excuses for showing it again. It's a wonderful strike from Jeremy Goss, but acres of space. The one thing I noticed, sorry, Phil, the one thing I noticed about yesterday, Richard, compared with last week, was the amount of support they did get up to the front men. Remember, we remarked on how bad the support was to the front men, I think at home against Manchester United. They got it this week. But here's a little example of chasing a lost cause. If we can hold that there, can we hold the picture? Now, if he doesn't go, now many strikers would have quit on that in modern day football, because the thought of running there means you've got to run 40 yards back this way. But full credit to Mark Robbins. He says, no, I'm not going to give it up. I'm going to chase it. And had he not done so, John Lukic could have taken his time and picked his spot. But because he's there, he messes it up, and Norwich get the fourth goal. And I think that's an example from that kid there of not giving up on what everyone else, or a lot of players, would have thought would have been a lost cause. But Howard Wilkinson was right. They made elementary defensive errors, and I'm sure he's going to be working very hard this week on that in training.
Everton are 100%, so too are Ipswich Town. Chelsea, the visitors at Portman Road yesterday. The difference between the sides, just one goal, scored by Ian Marshall, who was a centre-half. Colin, do you fancy your chances up front? There's a lot converting, isn't there?
No, definitely not. Ian's played there for quite a while now, and he's got quite a good goal-scoring record.
Actually, reminded me of myself in full flow. You remember me?
Don't even tell me. Every time you went that far up the pitch, you got a nosebleed.
Oh, no, it would have been waterlogged then. It would have been waterlogged.
OK, Selhurst Park next. Wimbledon and Aston Villa, who were twice in front, and twice the Dons pegged them back. Andy?
Yeah, well, this was just typical Wimbledon. I mean, the goals this is typical Ray Houghton coming into the midfield area, the central midfield, picking up bags of space. And in the absence of Andy Townsend, Kevin Richardson, the skipper, gets himself in there. But, I mean, this is just typical of Wimbledon. You see Sheffield United, you see Wimbledon, they all play that type. Any throw-in from, 30 yards from the byline, they're just tossing it in there. It must be so difficult to defend, Colin, isn't it?
It's very hard to defend, and you know it's coming, but it's still extremely difficult to defend against. The thing there was where the lad picked it up along the byline. Everyone else knew he was going to hook it over his head, and at least one person made the run there, and Dean Holdsworth got the goal.
You mean Holdsworth gambled?
Yeah, because he knew when the ball was coming or would be coming.
Here's Fashanu in the 85th minute. Joe Kinnear saying he should be playing for England. Anybody agree with that?
Well, he started well enough, Richard. Whether Big Fash should actually be playing for England is another argument, I think, altogether. But he certainly started, what, 3 goals in his first 3 games? You can't argue with that. Pardon?
Is that a no?
It's possibly a no at the moment, yeah. But I hope Fash isn't watching. But keep playing, Fash. You could get there soon, honestly.
Do you want to see the goals again?
Yeah, I would like to see the goals. It's just what Colin was talking about when they get a throw in. And just before they take the throw as well, right, can we just hold it? Just he takes it. I'll tell you who's an important player to them in a situation like that. It's this guy here. I don't know if they do it deliberately, but they always seem to stick a guy around the edge of the box, the corner of the box, so that anything that is played in and gets half cleared, they can pick it up. And if you just run it on, I think it's, I don't know who that is, Rory Sanchez,
Rory Sanchez,
I think. He's just standing there, you think he's not doing anything, but as it comes out, it's half cleared, it's straight back in again. They did it against West Ham last week, but Colin was just saying, you were talking, can we hold it there? Colin, you were just mentioning about this, the Wimbledon players, that they're set for things like this, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams, they might have tried to play it against Paul McGrath's legs and get a corner, but I think they've got it drummed into them.
It's going to come.
That they'll attempt a cross, and that's what everyone's...
And then they just gamble in.
They're already there. You watch Holdsworth's run.
This is Holdsworth, I think, isn't it, here? He just gambles, you mean, going in.
He's taking a chance, but it's more than a chance because they know what they're going to do.
Just run it on, and I think we'll see exactly that.
Gets it back well, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's a good goal scorer. I'm glad he's off the mark again this year, Richard Dean Holdsworth. He'll get a lot of league goals this year. Now, if you're a centre-back, Colin, is this a feeling that you might not like? Is it gets laid back? You know it's coming in, I think. Now, if we just learn a little bit further, please, so we see John Fashanu, just there. Now, what can you do if you're Sean Teal in that position and you know that this guy is coming flying in, he's got the run, you've got a standing jump, basically, and you know he's coming flying in.
Start praying first.
Yeah. you hope your goalkeeper's daft enough to come.
But, I mean, it's an unenviable situation for a centre-back, isn't it?
But to be fair, John Fashanu's attacked the ball really well.
He has.
He's as brave as anyone there, and he's deserved a bit of luck.
Now, this isn't what we're trying to highlight. It's not bad defending. What we're saying here is great attacking of the ball.
It's a good delivery, and he's attacked the ball as he does.
As usual, it was
very hard to defend against.
It came back, and it's one touch, and it was in.
Yeah.
And they all knew they would be attacking it, and that's what we'll see.
That's the thing for forwards. I feel it's when the crosses, good crosses. It's not so much that they are good crosses. The forwards know when they're coming.
Timing.
And if they've got half a chance that they know it's coming, they can set themselves off.
And gamble.
More goals in a moment or so. Our live football this afternoon comes from the county ground. It's Swindon Town against Liverpool. Busy today. It's a sellout, as you would expect. Liverpool have started beautifully. 2 wins from 2 games. If they win by more than 1 goal this afternoon, they'll take over at the top, go top for the first time under Graham Souness. And the added spice, of course, is that they'd be replacing Everton. Just put a smile on Phil Thompson's face. More goals from the action yesterday, as I said, in a moment or so. Including this one from Ian Wright as the Gunners go on the march. Stay where you are.
The greatest event in the history of British boxing. Lewis Bruno, live, only on Sky Sports.
No puedo tocar como antes. Mis dedos están viejos. No tengo esa pasión que antes tenía. Pero me encantaba presumir.
When your dog is fit and enjoys life, it shows 5 ways. 1, bright eyes. 2, a glossy coat. 3, a healthy body. 4, strong teeth. And 5, vitality. All show how your dog stays fit 5 ways with PAL. PAL, help your best friends stay fit 5 ways.
Bonjour, et santé. There's nothing like food with a French accent, which is why I love this new mushroom Parisian bake from Bird's Eye's fish cuisine range. Succulent. succulent fillet of fish with a superb combination of mushrooms, crème fraîche, and vin blanc, and just a soupçon of parsley. And easy enough pour 2 personnes. Formidable. Fish cuisine. Only fish worth talking about passes the bird's eye.
Clinamin has Polynam to gently remove stains every day without harsh abrasive action. Clinamin, no stains, no problem.
I'm on a hair and beauty course, so friends often ask me what's good for their hair. We all know that blow drying and styling is bad for our hair, but we still do it. Well, now I've learnt about new Pantene Pro V. It's a shampoo and conditioner with Provitamin, which penetrates your hair to nourish it. Now my hair has never looked healthier, and it really shines. So when friends ask me what's good for their hair, I tell them to try new Pantene 2-in-1. Pantene, the daily treatment for healthy-looking hair.
Though we need it so bad, we got to have it so bad. Though we want it so bad, got to have it so bad. Give it to me so bad. We want it so bad. And if I get there, I've got to win.
Do you like foams?
Yes. Yes. Yes!
Are you between 16 and 20?
Yes, sir! Sir!
Would you like 4 free MGM and Canon cinema tickets?
Yes, of course. Yes. Yes.
Open a TSB interest check account and they're yours.
Excellent!
What do you say?
Yes. Yes! Yes! Yes!
TSB. We want you to say
Yes.
Shark Week, next week on Discovery.
They can lock up the body.
Got him.
But they can never cage the soul. The premiere of Pre-Jack, tonight at 8, Sky Movies Plus.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. Swindon Town against Liverpool this afternoon. Previous meetings, they've met twice. In the League Cup in 1970, Swindon won it 2-0. Don Rogers scored twice. A 5-0 in 1980. 2 for Sammy Lee, 1 for Kenny Dalglish, Glenn Cockrell own goal, and David Fairclough. We're in the company today of Colin Calderwood of Tottenham, the former Swindon skipper, former Liverpool captain, sorry, Phil, and Andy Gray, who's been around a bit. And Nick Collins has got all the team news. Nick.
Richard, thanks very much indeed. Yes, I've just come out of the match officials' room, and I can tell you that Andy Much will be making his debut for Swindon this afternoon. Number 25 is what he'll have on his back, but he's in for his Swindon debut. A couple of changes, in fact, from the team that lost against Oldham. Nicky Hazard is out. He's now one of the substitutes. Kevin Horlock comes in. So otherwise, the normal kind of Swindon side you'd expect, but it'll be interesting to see how Andy Much gets on up front with Jan Fjortov, the captain of Swindon, by the way, number 8, Ross McLaren. Liverpool, well, they've kept the same side that won 3-1 so convincingly at Loftus Road in midweek, and that means that Steve McManaman keeps his place ahead of Mark Walters, and obviously with Ian Rush the captain and back amongst the goals, they should be a formidable test for Swindon this afternoon. Nigel Clough, number 7, of course, look out for him. 3 goals in 2 games, and that very experienced looking midfield with Jan Molby at 14, Ronnie Whelan at 12. The substitutes for Liverpool, David Burrows, Mike Marsh, and their reserve substitute, their goalkeeping substitute is Mike Hooper. Green and white, Liverpool playing in with black and white shorts. So look out for that. There you are, Richard. That's the team news.
Nick, thank you. Nick Collins with those pink team slips in his hands. They've just been handed into the referee's room. So confirmation of all that then. This is the Swindon Town lineup. Some unfamiliar names perhaps to most of us. Colin, out goes Hazard, in comes Kevin Horlock. Why is that in your opinion?
I think Mickey's had an injury and he played last week, but he had a fitness test before the game, so he's probably not 100%. And they've brought Kevin Horlock in, who could play left back. but they've played with a back four the first 2 games. And looking at the team and what I've been told, I think they might play with Ross McLaren, the sweeper, and Summerby and Horlock classed as full-backs, but they'll got the licence to get wide and get forward.
At Swindon then, the Liverpool team. Steve McManaman keeps his place. There was some speculation about Mark Walters perhaps getting into the starting lineup. That's not the case. Liverpool 2 wins from 2 games so far, and they're hoping to make it 3 here this afternoon. On we go with yesterday's goals. We saw Arsenal beat Tottenham last Monday night. Yesterday, they were at Hillsborough, and they won by 1-0, scored once again by Ian Wright.
Who else? He got 40% of their league goals last year. It looks like he's going to get 100% of them this year. What is it, 2 league goals and both scored by Ian Wright. But by all accounts, Richard, they played exceptionally well. The one thing they did, and not many people give them credit for at times, is pass the ball very well yesterday. And this goal's a fine example of it. I mean, they do give it away as they get up here, but they've kept the ball for quite a little bit of time. And they have to win it. John Jensen? John Jensen, whatever you like to call him. Again, looks like they were playing in that little holding position in front of the front 2. But it's here where Kevin Campbell makes it all happen. Graham Hyde, I think it was, who lost the ball, tries to recover it. And that's one of the simplest goals that Ian Wright has scored. But we're going to have another look at that in a minute.
Just to see. A lot to Kevin Campbell, didn't it?
Oh, yeah. In my opinion, it owed an awful lot to Kevin Campbell.
They pulled Spurs around a bit the other night, Colin, didn't they, Arsenal?
Yeah, I mean, they performed very well against us, closed us down, as so people tell me. Arsenal.
Can we hold that there? Just...
But they passed the ball a lot better than we did as well.
We'll have a look at it once again, Andy.
I should think so, because I just want to show it, like, any young strikers that are there as well, that are watching us for Ian Wright's movement. You often say in football, like, if you're a striker and you're in the box, too few strikers make a second run. They'll make an initial run, and if nothing happens, you'll find that a lot of them will just stand. And as we take this on, we can take it on until Kevin Campbell gets the ball, and just watch Ian Wright's movement. I mean, Campbell does well for me, because when he gets into a position where he can cross it now, just look at Wright. Now, he's got a decision to make. He's thinking all the time. He's thinking, where can I go? Now, just hold it there. Now, his initial movement is to think, I'll go near post. Now, you can see that with, I think it's Des Walker there, and Nigel Worthington already making that shape, that he's not going to get it. But what you've got to watch is this guy here, Kevin Campbell. It would have been easy for him to have tried to play it across here and for it being to a cut out. But he's so aware, whether it's because he knows Wright. Just watch the way Wright does that. If we could just run it on slightly. Watch it, there he goes. Now hold it again. Now, even then, if he'd have passed it before Graham Hyde slid in, it probably would have gone across the face of the goal. But he's aware enough, Campbell, to just see Hyde's committing himself to a tackle, to draw it back. And as he draws it back, he's got a simple, look at the hole now to play it in. And that was wonderful movement from Wright, and great appreciation of that movement from Kevin Campbell.
Just before we go to Highfield Road, Colin, was that ball over the line the other night?
Not during the game, it wasn't. But in your replays afterwards, it certainly looked like it.
OK, Highfield Road, Coventry City and West Ham United. 1-1 it finished. West Ham's first point and first goal of the season as well, Andy.
Yeah, this is a big point for them. In Coventry riding high, West Ham pointless, and it's a very scrappy goal. I don't think the manager will be very pleased with his son's contribution in goal here. That's the Coventry manager.
Jonathan Gould.
I mean, I'd like to be kind and say it came at pace and it bounced off him, but there isn't really an awful lot of pace in the shot at all from Tim Breaker. But it's stuck at it, Coventry. You know, I'll say that for them. And we've seen already this season a couple of pieces of magic from Peter Rindlov.
They're coming from behind again, as they did against Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby Gould and Phil Neal, and you know Phil better than I do, but they seem to get their teams going certainly early in the season, Phil. And Coventry are, buzzing away there.
Nice, neat stuff, isn't it?
Great results early on last year, didn't he, to beat Forest 3-0.
But that's super skill. Again, that's an awareness.
That's Roy Wegley.
Knowing where his players were, not just smashing it across the goal. As Colin says, it's the importance of that final ball. It's the most important pass in the match pace. It's the final one to strike at goal. If it's right, you'll almost certainly hit the target.
Loftus Road now, Queen's Park Rangers and Southampton. Rangers' first win of the season. Southampton are yet to get off the mark after this.
Yeah, they're in trouble, Ian Brandfoot's side. This is another great volley. I mean, Colin knows all about the power of Les Ferdinand in the air after the FA Cup tie last year.
He's a big, powerful player, and he's very hard to mark. And it was nice to see Gary Penrice get back in after his broken leg and open his account very quickly.
Any arguments about a penalty there, Colin?
I was looking at you, Andy.
All right, Phil wasn't. Phil got a penalty.
I don't think it was a penalty.
You don't?
I don't think it was a penalty. I thought it was a bit harsh on the lad. He was running across, and the two of them just bumped into one another. I
Good skill here. Unbelievable what you do.
Yeah, but how your defenders in there, you're letting them do that. Sacrilege, isn't it? Hey, dearie me.
Ewood Park, Blackburn Rovers and Oldham Athletic, just the one goal scored by Kevin Moran as early as the 10th minute.
I mean, Kevin, tremendous. I was just wondering if this one came off the training ground.
Why?
Well, I mean, we're just going to have a look at it again, and if you just look at the run, I mean, teams try and make runs to create a little bit of space, Richard, and they make them on the... They just hold it there. Is it? This guy's made a run in here. Can you put that telestrator on? Have we got it on?
Your pencil stopped working, hasn't it?
Fella
in the middle on the penalty spot, yeah?
The one right on the penalty spot, he's made his run. It's definitely not working. But he makes a run, then as you see him, he steps back out again. And suddenly, look, there's 2 or 3 players. The one that's marking Kevin Moran is blocked out, or Kevin Moran, and he gets a free header in. So that looked to me as if it was definitely the training
Yeah, but even so, the lad who's marking Kevin doesn't even get a challenge in or anything. And OK, he might sort of get a header in, but at least there should be a challenge there to put him off in some way. The lad must have been 5 yards off him.
So get some new lead in that telemarker, Andy, so it's working for
Sorry
the
about
match.
that, folks.
Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester City now, White Hart Lane. How did this go, Colin? 1-0, but was it as close as that?
Well, obviously we feel we deserve to win. We had a couple of chances in the first half, and we were grateful in the end to win. The second half, I don't think we created as much, but it was a super goal that we did score, and thoroughly delighted with it.
There's a contribution from Manchester City in there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's come off Andy Hill's head, and Tony Coton could only parry it. And even me or Steve Sedgley could have scored from there, I think.
3 points for Tottenham. The league table, bottom to top, looks like this currently, bearing in mind that Swindon and Liverpool have got to catch up with the rest yet. There are Swindon in 21st place right now, without a point. Can they get off the mark today? Southampton, Swindon, Sheffield Wednesday, West Ham, Manchester City, Newcastle, Chelsea, Queen's Park Rangers, Oldham, Sheffield United and Leeds United making up the bottom half. Top half looks like this. Liverpool, remember, if they win here today by more than a goal, will go top. It's Wimbledon, Aston Villa, Arsenal, Tottenham, Blackburn, Norwich, Liverpool, Coventry, Manchester United, Ipswich and Everton. The top 2 there, 100%. 3 games, 3 wins. Liverpool are looking to match them today at the County Ground, which is very close to an 18,000 sellout. Said earlier, Swindon have not seen a match like this in their history. Liverpool, who have been everywhere, have never played a league match here. Just the 2 previous meetings, both in the League Cup, Swindon won one. Liverpool comprehensively won the other. I suspect those people there can't get tickets. Nope, I'm wrong. They're inside the ground. They can. They just haven't found their way to seats yet. That's nice to see. One or 2 clubs getting the message that we tried to spread last year. The fans don't turn up to watch the grass grow before kickoffs. A little bit of pre-match entertainment from Swindon Town. We're live on Super Sunday for the first time this afternoon. A piece of television history. Next, the Star Check and the story so far.
Ladies and gentlemen, the performance will begin next Friday, live and exclusive on Sky Sports.
Wrigley's Spearmint Gum.
Great to chew. Even better to share.
Now don't you wait, oh, hesitate. Let's move before they raise the parking rate. Ow! All right.
Cool, refreshing. Wrigley's Spearmint Gum.
Potty training. What should we wear? Nappies or pants? In pants, you feel grown up. But accidents make you feel small again. Nappies are safe, but you can't wait to be out of them.
Now the perfect answer. New Pampers trainers. A new idea in training pants. They're absorbent and help protect against accidents. And come off quickly and cleanly when necessary, but look and feel more like grown-up pants. You can even pull them up and down, and up again.
Big white pants.
New Pampers trainers for boys and girls for happier potty training.
Smarty pants.
At Rover dealers, we don't believe our job ends with the sale of a car. We believe that's where it begins.
Here, have I been paid yet? Yeah? Oh, can I afford that CD now? We'll have enough left. Yeah? You don't think I should wait for the sales? Well, is that standing order gone through? And that direct debit?
Will your bank give you a full statement from a cash machine up to the minute, day or night? You might as well talk to the wall.
Excellent.
Unless you're with TSB. We want you to say yes.
Enter the Time Warp, where every day from midday to midnight you'll find a mad mixture of films and TV shows. Enter the world of Bravo, Time Warp Television.
For Agent Horrigan, some things at the Secret Service have changed.
What are you looking at?
I was just wondering where you hide your firearm. But some things have not.
I see you standing over the grave of another dead president.
You better pray I don't find you, you punk.
Take the subject out.
Gun! In the line of fire.
Meet Scratchy. Who? Scratchy. He may look pretty ordinary, but he's done something outstanding.
What?
He's found out how he could win anything from £5 to £10,000 while sitting in a chair.
In a chair?
Yeah.
How can I do it?
Just find a phone, sit down, dial 0891 999 and answer a few true or false sports statements correctly, and you could win anything from £5 to £10,000. Hey, where are you going?
To find a phone.
Scratch It, the new phone game where you could win up to £10,000. Just dial 0891 999 now.
What in the world is Nickelodeon? Nickelodeon, the new channel for kids, promises to defend the cause of kids, to make a better world for kids everywhere, to provide the best in television for kids, especially here in this United Kingdom. Nickelodeon is kids. Get connected to Nickelodeon, the new channel for kids, coming to Sky the 1st of September. Nickelodeon.
Welcome back to the county grounds. Swindon Town against Liverpool, live on Super Sunday this afternoon. The bookies fancy Liverpool strongly, as you can see from that. Ian Rush, 9-2, first to score. Clough, 11-2. Ofiotov, 9-1. And Andy Much, who makes his debut for Swindon Town, is 10-1. Talkback, very much a part of the programme today. In the last hour, your chance to get a call through to us and the guests. Hosting that section of the show is Jonathan Pearce, football's Mr. Angry. Afternoon, Jonathan.
Afternoon, Richard. I am an angry man this morning. You know, I'm an angry man on behalf of Manchester City fans. I think they've got a right to know what's going on at Main Road. Apparently, the manager's not talking to the chairman. On behalf of Sheffield Wednesday fans, what is it, 11 million spent on in 2 years by Trevor Francis? They haven't had a win yet. And on behalf of QPR, they lost Andy Sinton to Sheffield Wednesday. Delighted for Jerry Francis, he got his first win yesterday. Delighted for Billy Bonds of West Ham, he got his first point, and also Newcastle. If you're a Newcastle, a West Ham, a QPR, Sheffield Wednesday fan, doesn't matter. We'll see the men making the news this afternoon, Swindon, Liverpool. Then we want your views. Give me a ring, 0839 444 590. That's 0839 444 590, and I want your views. Let's share the crack on Super Sunday Talkback. Richard, have a good game.
Jonathan, thank you. We'll open those lines at half-time. That's the last hour of the programme. Talkback, hosted by Jonathan Pearce. Swindon Town against Liverpool. Let's check out Swindon's story so far. Back in May, there was joy for the Swindon fans as their side made it into the Premiership for the first time after a dramatic Wembley playoff win against Leicester City. But amid the celebrations, there were rumours that player-manager Glenn Hoddle might be moving to Chelsea, weakening a squad that didn't look strong in the first place. Hoddle did go to Stamford Bridge. His assistant, John Gorman, took over as manager. After losing defender Colin Calderwood to Spurs, the Robins are relegation favourites already. In their first game, Swindon were at Sheffield United, and they were beaten 3-1. Moncur scored for Swindon through a quickly taken free kick, but it was downhill after that. Goals from Bradshaw, and then Rodgers secured the points for Sheffield United. In midweek, Swindon were beaten by another side that was involved in the battle to stay up last season, Oldham Athletic. They went down 1-0 to a goal from Paul Bernard in injury time. Since then, the Wolves striker Andy Munch has joined the side. Swindon know now that they're in the big time. Liverpool today is an ominous prospect. It isn't half when you think about it, isn't it? Swindon Town played 2, haven't won yet. They've lost them both, scored just once, conceded 4. These statistics a little bit like the early league table, don't make them too much, but worth a look at. John Moncur, the scorer of that goal. The only game played here against Oldham, so the average gate 11,970. Just the one booking so far. That's Swindon Town and the season so far. Let's check out what Liverpool have been up to. Graham Souness hasn't had an easy ride in his time as manager at Liverpool, but the summer signings could help him turn the corner.
A player who makes other people play without putting too much pressure on his shoulders. I would liken him to Kenny Dalglish in that respect, where he brings other people into the game, and I can see him doing a similar type of job here as Kenny did.
With the £2 million plus shelled out for Nigel Clough, Souness's attention's now turned to signing a defender. The unsettled Neil Ruddock was his target. He came in for £2.5 million, and he didn't take long to impress. Against Premiership newcomers Newcastle United, Ruddock scored the only goal of the game in Ronnie Whelan's testimonial match. Testimony to Ian Rush's service with the club, he was promoted to club skipper. He led his team to success against Sheffield Wednesday. All the goals coming after Carlton Palmer's early sending off.
Jones. Nicol with Clough. Clough again! Oh, yes!
We're sorry about these technical problems. We'll return to normal transmission as soon as possible. We're sorry about these technical problems. We'll return to normal transmission as soon as possible.
Well, I'm sorry about that. The best laid plans, power failure are in, but you are back now, live on Super Sunday. Swindon Town against Liverpool today from the county ground. Let's meet the man in charge. That's Philip Don, who's with Nick Collins.
Well, Philip, it's our second Super Sunday of the season, but I gather for you this is the start.
Yes, it's my first game. I arrived back off holiday last Tuesday evening from the south of France. I took the fitness test 27th of July, holiday the following day, and Swindon today.
So were you lying on a beach just sunning yourself, or were you keeping fit?
During the day I was lying on the beach, but 7:30 to 8:30 most mornings I was out training.
It's something that a lot of people perhaps forget, the fact that the referees these days do have to be pretty fit, don't they?
Very fit, yes. I mean, players are training most days of the week. I was training 5 days a week. And as I feel my basic game is running, I tend to run anything from 4 to 6 miles a day with lots of stretches and exercises, and obviously I watch what I eat.
Swindon against Liverpool is the kind of game where I'd expect you'll be doing a fair bit of running as well, because they tend to pass the ball around on the ground at speed.
They both play football, and hopefully it will be a good game of football and something that the spectators and crowd at home will enjoy.
Is this a lucky ground for you?
Generally speaking, yes. I tend to get here once a season. Swindon may not think I'm lucky. I did the game against Derby last year, which went out on ITV, and Derby won 4-2. But again, it was a cracking advert for football.
Let's hope this one is as well this afternoon. Phil Don, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Duncan, ask him how long. Thank you, Nick. That's Philip Don, who's in charge this afternoon. We're live at the county ground, the first ever league meeting between Swindon Town and Liverpool, and you'll see it right here on Super Sunday. Back with a star check in a moment or so.
Tonight on Sky. At 6 on Sky 1, Homer and Bart get it together in a double helping of The Simpsons.
Ay, caramba!
And following at 7, a close encounter with a very strange life form in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. At 8 on Sky Movies Plus. Take a terrifying ride into the future. Free Jack. And at 10 on Sky Movies Gold, Peter Sellers in his final screen performance, Being There. Tonight on Sky.
Being a designer, I'm not surprised how fast fashions change. But I was surprised that Ariel colour changed so soon. Old Ariel colour has been replaced with an improved Ariel colour, which has been redesigned with an added oil dispersant. So as soon as you start using it, it's supposed to tackle oil-based stains like dirty bike oil. I've insisted on testing this claim on today's synthetic sportswear. We've been using the toughest big box powder on this top, and we've washed this one in new Ariel colour. Do your worst, boys. After one wash, the big box powder slipped up on oil. It's still there. But new Ariel colour lived up to its claim. So if you don't want to change your gear, change to new Ariel colour. I have. On today's synthetic sportswear, new Ariel colour's better at dispersing oil-based stains without bleaching colours.
It's your round now. Mine, is it? OK, I'll get them in. What you having? I'll have the same as him.
There you go, John.
There you go, John. That's very kind of you. But you can have this one back. I couldn't handle two.
But if you got a mind and you think for yourself, there's a paper just like you. Say ooh, ah, Daily Star. Say ooh, ah, Daily Star. Say ooh, ah.
Take a Thomas Cook at this price blitz. 10% off all summer 94 holidays if you book now. Now, that's the best booking I've seen all season.
Life brings you the Emotion Collection. Music to dream and fall in love to. Dreams and Memories is your introduction to this unique collection of modern love songs. 24 classic tracks by the original artists on one double album. Each album has been digitally remastered to give you nearly 2 hours of superb quality sound at the incredibly low introductory price of $9.99, including postage and packaging. Order now on 0800 800 440. The Emotion Collection is one of the most extensive compilations of classic rock ballads and soulful love songs. But remember, this collection is not sold in the shops. It is only available through Time Live. Order Dreams and Memories on CD or cassette for only $9.99. Call 0800 800 440 now. The Emotion Collection. Music to dream and fall in love to. You'll love it.
We should get together. Why go away for a naughty weekend when you can stay in? And get an eyeful of sauce.
That'd be rather nice.
You won't believe how much we can squeeze in.
That's a very good one.
Fancy. The fun keeps on coming, thick and fast. Every day this bank holiday weekend is a carry-on day.
Oh, how nice. How about it then?
Only on UK Gold.
Ford Super Sunday. It's match time. Swindon Town versus Liverpool, exclusively live from the county ground. Only on Sky Sports. Ford Super Sunday.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. Racing towards the kick-off now. Swindon Town and Liverpool live this afternoon. The first ever league meeting between the two. Swindon in the big time. Liverpool know all about that. Presentation taking place on the pitch right now. Mr. Cecil Green in the middle there. President and former chairman of Swindon Town Football Club. Receiving a plaque from Ray Hardman, the current chairman, marking 50 years involvement with Swindon. Isn't that nice? First thing we noticed here today, what a friendly club Swindon is. One or two faces to look out for today on the park. Jan Molby, Phil Thompson, who seems to be enjoying a new lease of life.
He's a great player, Jan. He's probably the best passer of the ball in the Premier Division. He'll be well pleased to be in the side at the moment. Jan and Ronnie give him a good base in the middle of the park. Two of them, Ronnie for his tackling, maybe he's a little bit more running than Jan. But without a doubt, if Jan gets the room today, he could really, he could put them to the sword, Swindon.
That's Jan Molby, wearing 14, his squad number. Now, last week, Graham Souness was saying that he had not seen such a good performance from a centre-forward ever as Ian Rush turned in at Queen's Park Rangers. He, too, looks like he's on his game again.
Yeah, he's looking really sharp, is Rushy. I've seen the goals against QPR on the television. He's involved all the time. He was hungry for it. And Ian Rush, no matter even if he's having an off game, he'll always give you 100%. He'll be chasing around the front, making it difficult for defenders. The lad's a real asset to have in any team. And say, even though maybe his goals dried up a little bit last year, he was worth his weight in goals to have him in the team.
Is Neil Ruddock a good signing for Liverpool?
I would think so, yeah. He'd probably give a good balance for Mark Wright. He's aggressive, he wants to win every ball, and even more than that, he'll be an asset at set pieces in the opposition's box. And apparently the lads said he can pass the ball, which again is going to be an asset because we haven't had that. No disrespect to other people at the back playing for Liverpool, but and apparently the fans have really took to the man, which says a lot.
Rob Jones has started the season well. The England fullback had a difficult time last season, didn't he?
Rob did. He had these shin splints, and it took him a long time to get over it. He relies very much on his pace. He's not a tall lad. He relies a hell of a lot on his pace, and he didn't seem to have that last season. He'll be happy to have his troubles behind him now, and he's looking as quick and as he likes to get forward, which is a great benefit to any team. Somebody can get up and down that flank, and it's nice to see Rob back playing.
isn't it just? What about the other side? Stig Inge Bjorneby. What do you make of him?
I'm not really seeing too much of him, but it just goes to show he must be doing his stuff at the moment. David Burrows is a good player, well liked at the club, and he must be fit, David Burrows, because he's a substitute today. So Bjornby's keeping him out of the team at the moment. So I think that says all you want to know really about him.
20, Stig Inge Bjorneby. The squad numbers will take some getting used to, won't they?
I think so, yeah. It's not... it looks very, very odd, them having numbers, but you criticise Liverpool as a team, which is... because we had numbers all over the place, not in any set position. But this is really a little bit crazy. It'll be interesting to see whether it settles or not.
Doesn't really matter, I suppose, does it? We'll be as used to that in 6 months' time as we were the back pass.
Yeah. Well, the back pass rule, I quite like it. It's still a good talking point in the pubs, I think, whether people like it or people don't. I think it's enhanced the game a hell of a lot in the way goals. We've seen so many more goals, and that's what the game's all about.
Isn't it just?
To bring the people back.
Swindon Town and Liverpool live this afternoon. You're watching Sky Sports, the home of football. Doesn't that send a shiver down your spine? A brand new season ahead of us, and stay close for some very big announcements on forthcoming matches as well. We're in the company of Colin Calderwood, the former Swindon captain, and Phil Thompson, the former Liverpool skipper. Colin, what do you think would be going through your mind if you were in that Swindon dressing room right now, confronting the biggest game Swindon have ever played? Bar none.
The lads are going to be a little bit nervous, and they'd be hoping they could have picked a point up at least against Oldham. And now it's important that they can get something on the board and take it into the following games. But what a game to do it would be today. If they could take something off Liverpool, it should surely give them confidence that they can hopefully survive in this league.
You think they'll play with a sweeper today and try and keep things a little bit tighter, don't you?
Yeah, I think go back to the formation we used last year, and Ross will probably drop in as sweeper. I don't know whether it's more defensive or not, because it entitles the fullbacks to push wide and further up, and the two fullbacks are important players in this system. They deliver a lot of the balls into the box, and if we can get them far enough up the pitch to deliver good balls, Swindon will be hopeful to get a goal and set them on the road.
Do you think Swindon can turn Liverpool over today?
I hope so. I've got a lot of affection for Swindon still, and I'm hoping they can get a draw here at least.
Well, that's what Colin Calderwood thinks. Let's find out what they're saying outside the ground.
Yeah, I think they can do it. Oh, I hope they can do it anyway, but I think it'd be very close. I think this match would be quite close as well. I think that they're really keyed up. This is like a cup game for us, really. So that's how they're going to do it. Treat it as a cup game, really go for it.
Well, I hope they will survive. I think it could be rather a hard and long season for us. It's going to be a big struggle for us in the Premier. Compared to the Division 1, it's a big gap to span. I think with a bit of luck, if we get the breaks, I think we might make it. But it's going to be a long struggle.
Football we played last season was a tremendous advert for the First Division, but we're going to have to tighten up, especially away from home in this division. With Hoddle gone, I mean, it's a different ball game now. We haven't got the chap, I think, to fill in for him.
Got a good chance as anybody else. The Newcastles and your West Hams got off to a bad start, but hopefully with the new signs of Andy Much and that, hopefully they'll pick up.
Yeah, Liverpool, you know, one of the best teams around. It's great, you know, just having them down here is really good. And the atmosphere is going to be pretty good in there. I think we're going to give them everything all the way, obviously, but it's going to be a big task, very big.
Well, I think Swindon, they're a bit of a weak team. They lost Glenn Hoddle last year as their manager. And I think this year they ain't got a hope, actually, you know.
I think the team is looking and shaping very well. A good start. Some good wins under the belt. Hope another one's going to be today.
I think this is our season. Man U's had the chance. This is it now. We're going to do the double. We're going to do everything. This is it.
No problem at all. Phil, is this Liverpool's season, do you think?
I don't know. Again, coming back to, I think it's a little bit too early to talk about winning the league, winning the cup or whatever. But it's nice to get off to such a good start. We had lots of problems last year. And the lads seem to have put it together. It's the passing game seems to be evident in the first two games. And that's where they'll be looking forward to today, because if they have widened the pitch, as they say, it's going to be nice, especially for the likes of Jan Mulvey and Ronnie Whelan, even Stevie Nichols. They'll be pushing it around, trying to make them run all over the place.
Should really be in for a treat, shouldn't we? Two teams that like to pass the ball around.
Yeah, I think without a doubt, watching Swindon, they like to pass the ball. The thing that they've not got to do today is give Liverpool room. If they give them that room, especially in the middle of the park, they could really get overrun. And I think in that respect, I'd probably have to put somebody on Jan Molby if I was in charge down there, because he'll make everything tick if he gets the room. They must close Liverpool down if they're going to get any joy, but I can't really see.
Speaking as a Liverpool fan. Big crowd, as you can see outside. It's a sellout. The biggest game in Swindon's history. Our match commentators today, Randy Gray and Martin Tyler. Martin.
Thank you, Richard. Hello again, everyone. Well, you saw all those famous Liverpool faces in our star check, but we should remember there are two teams on the pitch today, and let's just bring you bang up to date with the Swindon lineup, what we used to call 1 to 11, but of course we can't now with the squad numbers. Swindon changing their personnel and their system from the side which lost late here to Oldham on Wednesday. Andy Mutch makes his debut after 7.5 years splendid service with Wolves. A great ally to Steve Bull he was at Molineux. Now he's alongside Swindon's record signing, Jan Åge Fjørtoft, the Norwegian international. Mickey Hazard drops down to substitute. He's still not 100% fit after an Achilles problem. A tactical reshuffle makes room for 20-year-old Kevin Horlock. Two important roles in the effort to keep Liverpool out for the captain, Ross McLaren, and the Dutchman, who's well remembered in Scotland for his time with Motherwell, Luke Nijholt. Andy.
Yes, we often talk, Martin, about a midfield diamond, and what you're actually going to see is a defensive diamond today, with McLaren, Whitbread, Nijholt and Taylor. And that sort of formation, Luke Nijholt will be the one to anchor in front of the two centre-backs. Ross McLaren obviously looking for that, but these two are vitally important for them. If these two, Horlock and Summerby, can spend most of the game in Liverpool's half of the pitch, then that can only be a good sign for Swindon.
Just a word on Andy Mutch. I'm sure you, looking at Wolves down the years, would appreciate the contribution he made to Steve Bull, who got all the headlines and all the caps.
Well, many people believe that Andy was actually the better footballer of the two. He's certainly one who can come this way, Martin, and build up off. He's got a very good touch, but he's also quick enough and keen enough to be spinning off down the channels. So certainly he will be a handful.
Well, let's move on to Liverpool, who had hoped to add Mark Walters to their list of possibles for this match, but he's still feeling a thigh strain. So it is the 11 who started against Queen's Park Rangers. Neil Ruddock and Nigel Clough have each made an excellent early impression at their new club. Ian Rush, now the captain, of course, on the verge of yet another landmark. He's currently collected 199 league goals for Liverpool. Liverpool looking very good so far, and still John Barnes to come.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting any surprises in this lineup. The only one would be whether Matt Walters would be fit enough for selection again. This is an important area, no doubt about that. Clough just behind Rush. If he can get a bit of space to build up off Ronnie Whelan and Jan Molby, then they really could pass their way through this Swindon defence. By Clough coming short, he'll be trying to create a little bit of space for Ian Rush, and then watch him make the lovely diagonal runs that he's been known to make throughout his career.
What about the midfield? There's an ageing look to it, perhaps, with Steve Nicol back in that department. He thought perhaps his midfield days were behind him, that his future with Liverpool would be as a defender. Jan Molby, who's 30 now. Ronnie Whelan's older than that and had a lot of injury problems.
No, I think the one thing you'll get with those three you mentioned, Nicol, Molby and Whelan, the one thing they possess is quality. And if you have quality, I don't care whether you're 23 or 33, you still be good enough at this level of football to show that quality. Those three possess that in abundance, Martin. And Graham Souness must be delighted at last to be able to pick a fit Jan Molby, a fit Ronnie Whelan and a fit Steve Nicol.
And a happy, again, Ian Rush, who, of course, earlier this year was actually dropped to substitute for that famous game against Manchester United at Anfield, came on and scored a goal. He's not stopped scoring since. And by all accounts, his form this season is really rich.
Well, the thing about Ian Rush, many people said last year that perhaps Rushy had just gone over the top. We'd seen his best days. But I think what was missing from Ian Rush was the likes of Jan Molby, a fit Jan Molby, and Ronnie Whelan and Steve Nicol. Two people, particularly in the centre of midfield, who can pick out passes. Now, if we watch this goal, for instance, against Queen's Park Rangers in midweek, now, Ian Rush is already making a diagonal from right to left, but look at the way they're building up. Whelan, Clough and Molby. But then, look at that. Whelan, having grown up basically on those runs from Ian Rush, knew exactly the timing of the pass, the timing of the run, and they connected beautifully. That's something that Swindon are going to have to cope with and master today if they're going to get any sort of success.
John Gorman, the Swindon manager, a little disappointed that the two teams that he's played against already, Sheffield United and particularly Oldham here on Wednesday, have done a lot to stop Swindon settling to their own passing game. He feels that Liverpool might not bother too much with that they'll try and just outplay them by being better in that respect and beating Swindon at their own game.
I think that's what they'll try to do. I think Graham Souness will say to his players, look, we play a similar type of game, but I look at both teams and we are better than them. So if we're on the job, if we're bang at it today, we can go and pass away through us and play normally. But the one thing he will give respect to is that this is a big game for Swindon. He will know the players are up for this. This is very much like a cup tie for them. And what he'll have to do at times is stop Swindon playing. I know, Martin, I was here when Aston Villa came here, riding high in the first division, Swindon in the lower leagues, and Swindon passed at times Aston Villa off the park that day, and we're very unfortunate to be beaten 2-1. Graham Souness will give that a lot of respect, and he'll have to make plans to cope with it if that happens.
The result, even at this early stage of the season, is going to make a lot of headlines. If Liverpool win by 2, they don't only go top, but they knock Everton off the top. And of course, there's Manchester United playing live on Sky Sports tomorrow at Aston Villa with a chance to change it again. But of course, if Swindon lose by a couple, they end up bottom. So it really could be polarised at the end of the game.
Fascinating. I mean, I'm just trying to think the last time when Liverpool and Everton shared first and second spot in the top league. It must be quite some time ago. And for Merseyside, that would be great. That would be great.
Philip Don, the referee, with some big European dates coming up. He's got a fixture to take charge of. Dynamo Kiev against Barcelona.
Looks pretty empty, that tunnel at the moment, doesn't it, Mark?
Yes, funny enough, down the years, Liverpool teams have usually been pretty keen to come out.
Yeah.
The home dressing room is a little further away.
They're not getting camera shy by any chance, are they?
I wonder. I would think not. It's fascinating to look down there behind the scenes. It's where all the supporters would love to be, and it's where we can take you, the viewers, because we know you want to see what's happening really out of normal view. Philip Don looking down the tunnel and seeing Swindon starting to come into view, led by Ross McLaren, who's had a lot of experience, of course, in the game, but not too many in the top division, just one season with Derby County. And that goes for a lot of the Swindon side today. It's a learning process for them. And it's Swindon, let me remind you today, that they are wearing red. And coming from the Liverpool dressing room is Ian Rush in a strip with some green in it, although the officials are in that colour as well. Bruce Grobbelaar in black. So that kit will have been checked out and passed muster as far as Philip Don is concerned. It's a huge day in the history of Swindon Town. They've worked so hard to get the likes of Liverpool here. But the reality of it is that they need points from them as well. A tremendous reception. Swindon Town against Liverpool. This their first ever league meeting, and you'll see it live after the break.
The greatest event in the history of British boxing. Lewis, Bruno, live, only on Sky Sports.
Unhappy with your current basketball shoes?
Yes, I'm miserable.
Try the new Adidas Equipment basketball boots.
It's still not working. There's some foreign film on. Down to the left. Is that any better? No.
There is a stain upon my honor. Its detachable inner is washable, and your velvet skin can be color-coded to match team colors.
Do it up there.
Let's go. The frame offers superior comfort and support to your heaving bosom.
Put it like this.
And is so light it makes an incredible chicken curry. The Adidas Equipment basketball boot. There. Adidas.
Stanley,
best tools you can lay hands on.
To me now, and rest your head for just 5 minutes. Everything is done. Such a cozy room, the windows are illuminated, sunshine through them, fiery.
There's one building society that's given more money to more people for more mortgages than anyone else. So if you want to get into a new home, you know who to talk to. Get a little extra help from the Halifax.
That's it. I took a Bryant's advice on the 7th horse in the accumulator, and in it came 7th. But like my Murphys, I'm not bitter. Especially as I had a side bet on the St. Barnabas steeplechase.
An assassin on the loose, a president in danger, one man sworn to stop him, in the line of fire.
On Ford Monday Night Football, it's the Battle of the Giants. Aston Villa v Manchester United.
Fantastic goal!
Will we see a repeat of last season's bitter climax, or can Villa now overpower mighty Manchester United? Aston Villa v Manchester United, Monday at 7, live only on Sky Sports.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. Let's join Andy Gray and Martin Tyler.
Swindon defending the goal to the right. The game started by their new signing, Andy Much. And Much chasing on here, dispossessing Mark Wright. In comes Fjørtoft. The flag is up. What a day for Andy Much. Brought up as a Liverpool supporter, born in Liverpool. His father is a season ticket holder at Anfield. But here today at the county ground, Swindon, with very mixed feelings, I'm sure. John Moncur, who, like Much, became a father for the first time this week. Both sons, incidentally, called George. Here's Taylor. Much showing against Wright. Here's Rob Jones looking very calm. So Liverpool with 2 wins from 2 games, 6 points safely in the bag. Swindon beaten 3-1 at Sheffield United last weekend, and losing to a late goal to Oldham here on Wednesday night. Mulby, impressed by Nijholt, the Dutchman. Jones somehow getting to that. And one wonders whether Rob Jones is in the forefront of Graham Taylor's thinking with England's match against Poland, such a critical game early next month. And Lee Dixon, injured.
I think he will be, but just looking at the first minute of this game, there's no doubt that John Gorman has said to his players, right from the whistle, let's go at them with a bit of pace, with a bit of passion, and see if we can create something in the early part of the game.
Swindon's goalkeeper, Fraser Digby, who actually was on a Manchester United team sheet a few times last season. Didn't get onto the pitch. He was the substitute goalkeeper before Les Seeley came back to the club, and Swindon loaned him to United. Doesn't quite qualify him for a championship medal. Here's McLaren. Martin Ling. Fjørtoft, who played for Norway against England in June, as of course did Liverpool's Stig Inge Bjørneby. Whelan. the licence to move on into midfield, where he played incidentally against Oldham in front of the back four.
That's one of the major differences in Swindon playing three centre-backs. And that in Ross McLaren, they have someone, Martin, who's comfortable, and when he has possession at the back, you'll see him break into midfield.
Here's Nicky Summerby, and much is onside. Grobbelaar's come, and the ball rather died on Andy Mushter. Grobbelaar, pigtail and all, mastered the situation. A foul by the meaty defender, Sean Taylor.
The pitch didn't help him either, Martin, but I'll tell you what, he has a little look and he sees Bruce coming. And as you saw there, the ball just checked. But a good decision from Bruce Grobbelaar to leave his line.
Whelan, Björneby, McManaman is number 17. Whelan number 12. Well, the flag was up for offside, but Swindon had the advantage, and they're really turning that into fruitful possession here. Ling to Horlock, to Nijholt. Horlock again, Moncur. Much trying to win the header, he's done that. Fjørtoft hooking it goalwards, but it's wide. Had 4 years in Austrian football with Rapid Vienna.
This is a really promising opening from Swindon, exactly what John Gorm would have wanted. An early cross from Moncur. Andy Much does everything right at the back post. And that's what we've got to expect from Fjørtoft, the unexpected.
Well, the arrival in this division even sweeter for the supporters here after the suffering in the Wiltshire area 3 years ago, when promotion was gained through the playoffs, but Swindon stripped of it because of financial irregularities in the running of the club. Getting it from Moncur, but running into the teeth of the tackle from Taylor.
Well, I told you it had the feel of a cup tie about it. It certainly started that way.
Well, it would have been handball by Ruddock, but Swindon got possession through Much. Summerby. It's a cross worthy of his father, the former England international, indeed the former Swindon player, Mike Summerby, but remembered more in club football for his time at Main Road, Manchester.
Colin Caldwell was telling me what a fine crosser of the ball that Nicky Summerby is, and certainly that was an example of it, right into the danger area. Half a yard he had, and all he was interested in was put it in there, cause problems.
Well, Swindon do love to pass the ball. Glenn Hoddle taught them that. John Gorman is a disciple of the same doctrine.
The one thing that when I watched them last year in the FA Cup run they had, I thought they just probably overpassed it a little bit for me. And if they could just marry the passing and the directness of the game a little bit better, they would be a far, far bigger threat at this level, I feel.
Summerby, as well as crossing the ball, has a long throw as well. Fjørtoft going forward, it's over Ruddock. This came Fjørtoft's way again off Mark Wright. Here's Clough, not able to influence proceedings as yet. McLaren. Ling, and that's Ian Rush doing that work that he never shirks. From that, Liverpool threatening with McManaman. Now with Rush himself. Björneby, he's got into the penalty area. He was deeper than the cross. Horlock. Claims for handball by Clough. Philip Don says play on. In from Nicol with pace. It is the fast tempo at the moment that Swindon have set that Liverpool are trying to match. Foul by Taylor.
Yeah, I don't know what Sean Taylor's thinking about there as Nigel Clough controls. I hate to see defenders concede needless free kicks, especially early in the game. They've got a nice tempo to the game building up, Swindon. And he just brings pressure on his defence. Nigel Clough isn't going anywhere apart from away from his goal. And all Sean Taylor needed to do was just make sure he didn't turn them.
Molby for Björneby. And Ruddock, who'd come up for a free kick that wasn't played into his territory at all. But relishing the opportunity to get a tackle in. He's one of the few Liverpool players who have played here before. He did so for Southampton. Nyholt. Ling taking over. Plenty of space for Rob Jones. Nicol hugging the touchline to Jones's right. Molby.
That's actually an area that Liverpool can get the ball into very easily, is the right back and left back area.
Nicol. And Rush in the middle, joined by McManaman. Corlock actually caught Rob Jones then. Jones was hoping to master the situation, screening the ball. It's a little too straight, the long ball from McLaren. It favoured Mark Wright. It was fouled by Fjørtoft.
Unusual as well from Swindon. Normally when they play a straight ball like that, it's at least fed into the striker, chest height or down to give him a chance.
John, you're going to get across here.
Well, plenty of space for Jones. Header out by another of the new Swindon acquisitions, Adrian Whitbread from Leyton Orient. Down goes Much. Much really losing out at Wolves with the arrival of David Kelly from Newcastle. A good transfer for him to play in the top division for the first time in his life. He does well today. A chance that one of his other previous clubs, Everton, stay top of the Premiership. Although Much never played in the first team at Goodison Park. Here's McManaman. Taken up by Summerby. Stray header by Fjørtoft. McManaman tries again. Clough. Well read by McLaren, that's what he's there for. Provide some insurance. Much bursting to impress. Still learning the names of his new teammates. Everyone knows this player's name. Ian Rush for Liverpool. Clough. McManaman. Much help for Summerby. McManaman helps him by treading on the ball. And it's fed into the feet of Much, well, that was the attempt, but the other number 25 anticipated that, Neil Ruddock.
Don't be surprised to see a bit of that today, players treading on the ball. It's very lush and sticky, the grass out there, and you can even see by some of the passes that have been played today, the ball is holding up an awful lot.
Nicol. Now Jones. Martin Ling coming across. In his second spell as a Swindon player. It's very short. And Lou Macari. Player who didn't see eye to eye. Nyholt. Here for Moncur. He was brought up at Tottenham, and their passing game, as you can see, that's a superb ball for Andy Much. who goes for goal himself. It flashes across the face. Fjørtoft had taken up an angle for the cutback. John Moncur split Liverpool.
Wonderful, wonderful pass. Neil Ruddock was looking for offside, but Mark Wright was a couple of yards deeper. And there was no doubt he was onside. And as he comes in, he has an option. He's looking up. Is there somebody he can lay it across to? He opts for goal and pulls it wide. Fjørtoft was making up tremendous ground to get there. And he misses what by inches. But that's a great opportunity.
John Moncur made it all possible. Andy Match certainly saw a gap there. Fjørtoft, Moncur this time, who scored the only Swindon goal in the league so far this season with a quickly taken free kick on target at Bramall Lane. My word, he started well.
Well, if they were nervous, Mark, they're certainly not showing it. They certainly had far the better of the opening exchanges. But Liverpool are experienced enough to have thought that this might happen. And there's certainly been no panic buttons being pressed at the moment.
Graham Souness said earlier this week, after Swindon had really disappointed here against Oldham, he said, well, you know that every side who faces Liverpool is lifted by the prospect. He was taking nothing for granted in this match.
Clough for Rush, a terrific pass.
Hits the net on the outside. And Ian Rush and Nigel Clough.
That's that little warning you and I were talking about. Look at the Rush one, the diagonal one. But he's got people on the side now that can pick him out, and I think that's the major difference in Ian Rush's play at the beginning of this season. A little warning there for Swindon. They're not going to have everything their own way. There's bags of space this near side again.
Jones. Saw where Clough was. Swindon defending capably. Kevin Horlock, who came to Wiltshire on a free transfer initially from West Ham, with some fee built in on appearances. Total package of around £25,000. Will turn out to be a very big bargain for Swindon Town. Some of it prepared to take on McManaman at his own game. Fjørtoft challenging Ruddock. Well, arms were up, there's pushing and shoving going on. And Liverpool feel aggrieved that Fjørtoft is trying to deceive the officials here. I must say, in his time playing for Norway and in Austria, he had a reputation for looking to get free kicks. There didn't look to be too much contact there, Andy.
It's amazing what fresh air can do to your face, Martin, when it hits you. I think there was absolutely no contact at all. I think you and I have watched Fjørtoft quite a few times at international level, and he is, to say the least, a little bit theatrical. And that's a perfect example of it.
Joe Royle, who was here as manager of Oldham on Wednesday, I think it's fair to say wasn't best impressed with some of Fjørtoft's antics. Octopus was the word used. His certainly arms were up then. But he can play when he concentrates on that. And Philip Dunn is a firm disciplinarian. And he's needing to be at the moment.
Well, you and I didn't have a good look at that. All players were running away from us, the view we have with their backs to us. Just wonder if we can pick up anything here. See, some of his right arm there comes out, catches McManaman on the face. I'm not so sure that wasn't in the box either. I didn't really have a look at that.
Well, Philip Dunn, as we look at McManaman, has got the book out. And he's got some of it in his sights. And there's the card. outcome is a free kick on the edge of the area. 18 minutes gone. Ruddock's in there, Ruddock scores. And that indiscretion by Nicky Summerby has been heavily punished.
Well, they knew that stupidly, as Nicky Summerby did then. Needlessly giving away a free kick on the edge of the box. Then it's no surprise when you get punished like this. It's Mark Wright who causes the confusion. It's a great run in there, but in comes Ruddock. Doesn't quite get it first time, but he's determined to get a goal out of nothing. In he goes, hits him in the shins, but he's alive enough and aware enough to knock it into the net.
Well, Neil Ruddock scored in Ronnie Whelan's testimonial game, but this is the real thing for Liverpool. And it's Swindon Town 0, Liverpool 1. Nijholt has made space for a shot. With the tenacity that Swindon have been showing in abundance, there's a fine dividing line between controlled aggression and what happened in the conceding of the free kick, from which they've been heavily punished, from which Liverpool have taken the lead.
Well, there's no doubt that they're in a learning curve at the moment, Swindon. Team learning all the time. They've learned a couple of harsh lessons already this afternoon.
Björnevik. McManaman, out by Taylor. Molby. Just a little late. On Nicol. Possibly feeling at this stage that the match might be getting out of control.
I think that's exactly what he's feeling. This is frustration from John Moncur. I feel certain that he feels aggrieved about the decision that's cost him a goal.
And that tackle, or attempted tackle, has cost him a booking. Ruddock again threatening here. Fraser Digby is the most capable goalkeeper. England schools, England youth, England under 21. Pollock. Fairly by Jones, gets it back from Clough. Rob Jones running Ross McLaren. Ian Rush applauding the willingness of Jones there to get beyond Ross McLaren, and you would back the Liverpool player for pace, and that's the way it turned out in that confrontation.
Fine example, wasn't it, that Rob Jones certainly is back, full of fitness, full of running.
Header on from Fjørtoft, laid off well by Much as he was fouled by Wright. And again the referee quick to blow the whistle at this stage. I just wondered before the goal whether Neil Ruddock would have been riled out of his professionalism by that episode with Fjørtoft. Well, certainly Ruddock had the right sort of answer by going upfield to give Liverpool the lead. Whelan.
This is the difficulty now. You can bet your life that that goal has just settled Liverpool now. You watch them get a bit more space. Suddenly Whelan and Molby and Nicol start to find a little bit more space.
McManaman just made himself stretch then after Björnevik had knocked it forward beautifully for him. Moncur. Farron working overtime again. Mistake by Jones. Bjertoft. Philip Dodd is going to produce the yellow card. And this time it's a Liverpool player who's in trouble.
I think this was an absolute certainty that he was going to get booked for this. An absolute certainty.
Moncur to take it. Not deep enough for Taylor in particular. Got a dozen goals last season for Swindon. From Nyholt this time. Right. It's there again. The second header came from Jan Mulby. Nickel. Rush. That's terrific play by Liverpool. Clough going to the left. Hanneman recognising that and joining Rush in the centre. Headed out by Whitbread. Whelan can keep the pressure on with Björneby. Rush. Clough with 3 goals already to his name this season. 1 goal in this match for Liverpool from Neil Ruddock. Nicely done by Nyholt. Bjertoft. Needs some help now, and Nyholt covered a lot of ground to try and provide it. Not right with Ruddock now. Talked about the pairing in attack, Clough and Rush. Andy, what about the pairing at the centre of the defence?
Well, I think that Mark Wright's had a couple of years, Mark, where he's really stood still in his career, certainly at club level. And he couldn't have a better lad beside him than Neil Ruddock if he's going to grow in confidence and stature and get that England place back.
Right, hasn't played since the match last September in Santander. And that's not the best way to advertise for a recall. But prior to that, he's defended well in this game. And he's had to. Swindon grasping the nettle. Some of it with a chance really to sling it in here. Bjertoft.
But that was certainly better from Mark Wright. I think as the cross came in, you talk, centre-backs are going to give the ball away occasionally. But it's defensively you look at them. And I think if you watch here, it's Mark Wright who sees the danger. In he goes and just gets enough block on the header to make it easy for Bruce Grobbelaar.
Hanneman, who is a little late that time. Well, it's been fast and furious. And a little fierce at times as well. Swindon ahead on bookings. Liverpool ahead where it matters with goals. Whitbread, who was first seen by John Gorman when they both were at Brisbane Road. And John Gorman was for a time the youth team coach. Whitbread was Norwich captain. Obstruction on some of it. Whelan holding his ground, he felt. There's a chance now for Swindon Town to reply in kind.
Certainly have enough height in there, Martin.
Ruddock did enough to stop one of Swindon's strongest cards at the set plays, Sean Taylor. Nijholt. That is a splendid pass inside McManaman. Somebody would have liked to have just taken it a bit better. Molby. It's a wayward one from Jan Molby. Paula. Tough wants it to feet. Liverpool had a lot of players around the danger area. It's awkward to receive, and you really don't get a second chance against Liverpool.
Great from Russell. Ian Rush was a man who had miscontrolled at one club, but who was there like a bandit pouncing with Ian Rush.
Here's Ray Wilkins saying after the game at Queen's Park Rangers, in the area where he likes to play, with the ball at his feet, he had Ian Rush coming from behind all the time, just stopping him settling. Robillard, who only played 5 Premier League games for Liverpool last season. He's already up to 3 this season. And his World Cup commitments with Zimbabwe can be accommodated within the Liverpool schedule. To mad dashes back to Africa in between games. He's been doing mad dashes all his life, hasn't he?
Not all as far as Africa.
Usually just beyond the edge of the penalty area. McManaman had a difficult second season last season after being very, very promising the season before when Liverpool won the FA Cup. Offside Björneby. Just to look back to last season, Liverpool below expected standards, out of the League Cup to Crystal Palace, who were relegated, out of Europe early to Moscow Spartak, and falling at the first hurdle in the FA Cup to Bolton. Liverpool finished 6th in the league, and only as high as that because of a late rally towards the end of the season. There was some sorting out to be done. Graham Souness with his future, it seemed, on the line at the end of last season. But they've started well, 2 wins and a goal to the good here at the county ground, Swindon.
This is when it can be so frustrating. They're a goal down, but look at this. The people at Wheeling, Clough and Molby and the team now, Mark, they're just toying with them at times. I think they started so... Sorry, Martin, Swindon started so well. They really started at great pace and were putting Liverpool under pressure all over the pitch. But the goal just seems to have taken a little bit out of them. They've just got to recover themselves and make sure that they keep putting pressure, particularly on Molby and Wheeling in the centre of midfield.
It is such a new experience for Swindon Town as a club. Offside by much, as I'm sure you recognise. But it was a nice piece of interplay with Fjørtoft.
Not off by much, I would hasten to add. If he just bent his run, she makes a straight run. Had he come across the pitch first in a direct line, and then as the contact was made, nicked in the hole there, there's no way he would have been offside.
Nickel tucking in. Surprise you to know that Liverpool under Graham Souness have never won 2 away games in a row in the league. They're on that today, having beaten Queen's Park Rangers on Wednesday. His time coming up to 2.5 years. 7 away wins only, with points at stake. Robillard. sometimes just watch and wonder what the outcome will be. Rush, delightful play in the Liverpool mould. Trying to outmaneuver Horlock. Help from Mulvey. Manman got his head to it. Found the number 8 for Swindon. Mulvey again. And Nyholt, who's out of the action at the moment, face down. Björneby. It's awkward to defend, and Whitbread got to it capably. Luke Nyholt, who had 3 years in Scotland, Scottish Cup winner with Motherwell. Graham Souness now allowed to come and have a conversation with Ronnie Whelan.
That'll be a novelty for Graham, standing there without getting told to get back to sit down, eh?
Can't get banned for that.
Cannot.
Well, Liverpool were appealing for a handball there as Clough tried to reverse it through to Nicol. Jones has spent a lot of the time in this game as an attacker. Nicol. McManaman! That is sheer quality. That's what Swindon Town have got to deal with. And that's what delights Graham Souness. Steve McManaman, Swindon 0, Liverpool 2.
Well, he scores this because he attacks the ball. I think it's Nicky Summerby at the back post. He's the one who stood. He's static. McManaman was having none of it. He thought, I'm going to attack this ball. Watch it again. Here he comes across. You see Nicky Summerby just caught in his heels. And that's enough for McManaman to get inside him. But what was ever so good about this goal was the contact and the control. An awkward height, but he hit it quite beautifully.
McManaman acknowledging the applause of the Liverpool fans who've come down to Wiltshire. There was an awkward moment at the other end. Grobbelaar came out, and Ruddock was heading the ball back, and the two players got close. No alarms in the end. Horlock. Toft. Well, Swindon set the tempo in this game. Liverpool had to lift their own play to get into the game, but they've done that and more.
Yeah, for 20 minutes, Swindon had played quite well, Mark, but one moment of madness completely turned the game round. Since the goal, Liverpool have been calm, composed and very confident.
Horlock takes the free kick. Torpedoing in there was much. If it stays like this, of course, Liverpool would be top of the league at the end of the afternoon, the FA Carling Premiership. But Manchester United tomorrow play again, and you can see it live on Sky Sports. What a game. Aston Villa against Manchester United. Not one to miss. Make your plans for Monday around watching that. Felt that much was backing in. What was absolutely certain was that Fjørtoft was offside when the free kick was taken too rapidly. Here's Rush. The ball bounced up and struck his hand.
It's amazing you put an extra defender in there to cope exactly with that type of thing. and yet still Ian Rush manages to find 2 or 3 yards.
Rather embarrassing for Swindon, but Horlock and Taylor weren't punished by that miscalculation. 9. Fjørtoft. This is linking up with Horlock. Fjørtoft, a great chance. And in the context of the game, one really you feel that Swindon had to take a completely free header, a measured cross by Kevin Horlock, but Fjørtoft put it straight at the goalkeeper.
This is the best move of the game. It's a first-time cross, he's got bags of time, bags of space, and really they may be learning another harsh lesson, but when you get chances of that quality against Liverpool, you have to take them.
Ling. Whitbread. McLaren. Swindon had actually pushed up so far that they were all in to the other half of the pitch. So Liverpool had to come back with them. Ruddock putting it out. Ling. Up. Grobbelaar was backpedaled into the right position, but really just going back to the headed opportunity for Jan Åge Fjørtoft. At a time with half-time beckoning, one goal would mean so much. It would be their first in the Premiership at the county ground, of course. And it could just ruffle some of Liverpool's feathers. It didn't happen. Horlock. Ling is having a lively little spell at the moment. Nijholt. Doesn't panic when he's in possession. It's the way Swindon like to play. Ling. Liverpool have left him. Moncur trying to curve it. There was an outlet on the left-hand side with Horlock again, but it was a shot, and that's what Swindon have to do.
I'll tell you what, there's been enough in this game for Swindon, for John Gorman at half-time to be saying to his lads, hey, keep going, keep believing in yourselves. They've certainly created enough for me and had enough of the play. And if they get a little bit of luck and they get a goal, then they're right back in this game.
Much. Fjørtoft. There's some evidence of the strengths of Swindon. More shots. Liverpool have turned 2 of their 4 into goals. Good work by Whitbread. McLaren. And John Moncur went down off the ball.
I think it was actually when he went to close Stig Bjornaby and he was clearing the ball. I'm not so sure if it wasn't his follow-through after he cleared the ball that caught John Moncur.
For John Gorman, well, it's a job of trying to put some flesh on the bones to create a body here that can compete. The sinew and the muscle of the side, stripped by the loss of Glenn Hoddle, Colin Calderwood, of course, Dave Mitchell, who went off to play in Turkey, exercising a clause in his contract. And we shouldn't forget David Kerslake, who went at the back end of last season to Leeds United. Injuries to the Welsh international Paul Bowden. The long-serving striker Steve White out of contention today. And another problem in the shape of John Moncur. But John Gorman will like to have the problems, I'm sure, to be in this position. He's got a new assistant, well known to many of you, I'm sure, the former Scottish international David Hay.
Well done, Jake. Keep it going, son.
One thing John Gorman's tried to do elsewhere is to keep the threads running from last season. But to lose Glenn Hoddle as a manager was difficult enough here. To lose him as a player, Andy.
I think it's his total influence that they'll miss, isn't it? As a player and a manager. And how can they replace that? They've just got to forget about Glenn. Glenn's gone now.
And if Swindon were to get a point today, they would have as many as Chelsea, which I don't think would be lost here. It really is anything but a summer's afternoon. Very chilly, heavy black clouds, but a game packed with incident. Has needed some tight controlling. The referee recognised for his quality by FIFA.
That was always going to happen. You know that if you stand off and let Liverpool play, well, the players have got on the side, that they could pass you to death. So John Gorman quite rightly had got his side wound up, fired up, saying, any time the ball drops, I don't want one of you in there, putting them under pressure at all times.
Putting Andy Mutch under some unfair pressure.
I think what Andy Mutch is suggesting to Philip Dawn is that how many fouls is he going to be allowed to commit?
Horlock takes it. Again, the two markers have made their way up with Fred and Taylor. Holt. Rob Jones read that absolutely right. Here's Rush. Manman, who actually started the season, certainly back up to Mark Walters. Quickly got a chance when Walters was injured. Somerville. Nyholt, pulling to the left, Fjørtoft. Ling. Really roaring through the middle. Martin Ling and Neil Ruddock. Just when you wondered whether Ling was going to be able to loop it over Grobbelaars, he had to come out to try and narrow the angle.
Great defending from Neil Ruddock because he has to leave Andy Mutch in the top of the screen there, and he commits himself to Martin Ling, and it proved to be the right decision.
Taylor. I think you'd have to say we've seen a half which is probably as well as Swindon have played so far in their short time in the Premiership. And yet they're 2 goals down. Neil Ruddock has got one of them, and just then stopped Martin Ling eating into that Liverpool lead. Lose another goal before half-time. We're into stoppage time now.
I bet if you were to talk to John Gorman, he won't be able to believe the scoreline. He'll feel his team have contributed so much.
And it's the ruthlessness that has to be shown at this level. It separates the sides. Bruce Grobbelaar will know that he should have been beaten really by Fjørtoft.
What's the story about his ponytail, Mark? You should know that.
To be honest with you, Andy, I haven't had the nerve to ask. Bruce would expect it to be regarded as something quite normal. Quite normal for Liverpool. 2 goals for the good. Neil Ruddock got the first after an indiscretion by Nicky Summerby. Steve McManaman wrapped in the second. Swindon have played well, but they're 2 goals down. We'll be back after the break.
special announcement for all viewers who do not subscribe to a movie channel.
The Sky multi-channel package begins on September the 1st.
Just 9 days to go.
If you're not already a subscriber, phone 0506 460000 now to order your subscription for just £3.99 a month.
In 9 days, it's a brand new Sky with Sky multi-channels.
Call 0506 460000 now.
Welcome to Focus on Ford. Today, seatbelts are, of course, fitted to all cars, but do they all work in the same way?
In an accident, conventional seatbelt can allow a little of the belt to spool out from the reel, but advanced systems have a grabber which locks up the belt almost instantaneously.
They also have pre-tensioners to tighten the diagonal and lap part of the belt, holding you more securely in specially designed anti-submarine seats, which cut the risk of sliding under the belt.
In a serious collision, these features work with a steering wheel airbag to help reduce the risk of head and chest injuries.
As part of Ford's dynamic safety engineering, this system is already standard on every single Mondeo and on all new Ford cars for 1994.
That's Ford's commitment to your safety. Until next time, safe motoring.
You sometimes wonder if you've been given the right directions. The sights could be anywhere. 10 to 1, it won't be on a high street. It's an all-weather job. Thermals, essential. Of course, the builders will have prepared the hull. We put in the machine, and it's wired to the nearest NatWest branch the same day. There's no messing about. Well, not usually. Yeah, we're doing about 3 a week these days. New sites, upgrades. We've put them in some funny old places, I can tell you.
I did that. It was nice of them to do that.
And that.
Someone else did all that. I'm glad they don't do that.
At Thomson, we spend 52 weeks a year making your 2 weeks perfect.
What are you doing, sitting there? Outside's a wonderful world. You still there?
If you keep an open mind, you'll discover dark secrets. Have you been here long?
Welcome back to Super Sunday from the county ground in Swindon for the first time. The match facts at half-time. Liverpool lead by 2-0, but it's interesting further down, isn't it? 8 shots from Swindon, only 4 from Liverpool. 1 of those from Swindon on target, 2 of Liverpool's, of course. And they lead on the corners front as well. So they're ahead. Accepting goals, that's the big difference in the big league. Don't forget, Talkback returns to the programme today. Jonathan Pearce is the man fielding the calls. Jonathan, what's happening?
Richard, we've been watching the game here with great interest, myself and Ray Clements, and we want your calls later on 0839 444 590. Men making the first half news, of course, the likes of Ruddock and Fjortoft. How about that for a piece of acting? Also, other people making the news, Everton manager Howard Kendall, top of the table until Liverpool today, perhaps. What about the start for Merseyside? Give us a ring, 0839 444 590, Super Sunday Talkback. Richard.
Jonathan, thank you. Lines are open now. Our guests here, Colin Calderwood, the former Swindon skipper, who's now playing for Spurs, and Phil Thompson. Let's have a look at the goals. Colin, take the first one. Neil Ruddock was going to score here, one way or the other, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was a dangerous position for the free kick, and they've attacked the ball. And they got maybe a bit of a lucky break, but they've all piled in there, and he's stuck it in. There's 3 or 4 people attacked that space right in front of the near post. And that was... any ball in there's going to be very hard to defend, and it's fallen right for Liverpool there.
And a little bit of leftovers there, perhaps, from the earlier tangle with Fjortoft. 1-0, Neil Ruddock. Scorer of the second goal was Steve McManaman, Phil. Some strike this was too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good, because it could have gone anywhere, wasn't it? It's ball's been played in. Nicky Summerby's got to be at fault, really. He should have gone to meet the ball. Give Macker his due. He's kept his eye on the ball. I'd say it could have gone over the bar, it could have gone wide, but he's kept it down, and it's hit the back of the net. Well, you just got to take your chance in those situations. There we go. Just get your body over the ball and take a chance. It was a good ball by Stevie Nicol. So his quality of crosses again. They're dangerous all the time. Same as the one before. It was a good ball by Bjornby into the space. OK, you could say the keeper could come and get it, but it's just that height where, no, he doesn't want to come. With big lads piling in like Brighty and Ruddock, it's hard to defend against. But that was marvellous. That was great stuff. It's only Nicky Summerby.
You've got to take your chances at this level, haven't you? Andy Much had a great opportunity to put Swindon in front before Liverpool had even scored. Should he have done here, Colin?
Well,
what about this for a ball as well?
When John McCull's a lovely ball there, and he's peeled out behind the defence. And the only thing against him here is the angle, and he struck it well. If he'd missed the near post, everyone would have said, if you're going to miss at the far post. And when you see it in the replay from a different angle, it didn't miss by very much. It's slightly unlucky, and it's really a goal which Swindon want desperately now. But at that time, that would have put them in the lead.
Fjortoft had an opportunity, Phil. Should he have scored?
Well, yeah, you could say he had the whole of the goal to go for, and he put it straight into Brucey's hand. Brucey was saying his prayers there as that come in again. You look at the delivery. He couldn't have gone straight into Bruce, could he? I think if he'd have headed it down, it's easy to say, but if he could have headed it down, it might have caused Bruce all kinds of problems. But again, he'll again be kicking himself. And I've seen a couple of minutes later, he was still annoyed with himself for the chance. Because you realise, as you were saying before, you've got to take these chances when they come, especially playing against Liverpool.
2-0 to Liverpool at half-time. You sense there's more goals in it yet, and we'll be back at the county ground for the whole of the second half, live here on Super Sunday in a moment or so.
Different types of engine demand different types of oil. Castrol has developed 4 specialist oils, from simple mineral to fully synthetic, that will cool, clean, and protect every engine. So whatever car you drive, Castrol has the oil. Castrol, the liquid engineers.
This
listen very carefully. I shall say this only once.
Does you remember when comedy was this good? Well, it still is. On UK Gold.
I suppose that is true, yeah.
Your favourite moments from the golden age of TV comedy are all on every day, every week.
Hello, hello.
Good morning.
You have to make that blooming noise.
Sorry.
All in, lovely boy. Laugh again at the best of British comedy on UK Gold. Why break the habit of a lifetime?
Hitachi's new Cinema Sound TV. 4 speakers put you right in the middle of the action. The Cinema Sound with Dolby Pro Logic from Hitachi.
These are the moments. These are the moments. Don't let them pass. Don't let them pass you by. These are the Kodak moments. These are the moments. Don't let them pass. Don't let them pass you by. These are the Kodak moments.
The Renault 19. You're looking at temptation.
I like the way you can kid dogs. But I hate supermarket trolleys with one dodgy wheel. I like tacky holiday souvenirs. Something else I like, people whose life story is written all over their face. I hate garbled station announcements. Now there's a sound I like. Only when McEwen's export's inside mind. And I like disaster movies. Very funny.
Forget about the rest. On Sky Sports, you only get the best. The big league returns with a Yorkshire derby as Castleford take on Leeds. USPGA champion Paul Azinger is back in action against Greg Norman at the World Series of Golf. The latest round of the Superbikes World Championship, the Japanese Grand Prix. In Ford Super Sunday, Kenny Dalglish's Blackburn Rovers visit St James's Park, Newcastle. Sunday's big league clash features champions Wigan at home to Hull.
Magnificent try.
The US Open Tennis Championship begins. We'll be live at all the big games throughout the week. Oldham Athletic face a top trip to Leeds United in Ford Monday Night Football. All this and more next weekend on Sky Sports.
Welcome back to the county ground. 2-0 to Liverpool at half-time. Colin Calderwood and Phil Thompson are with us. Colin, is there a way back for Swindon? When you look at the amount of possession and the shots they've had, surely the answer's yes.
Yeah, I hope so. A goal. They need an incident in the game, I think, to spark the crowd to get right behind them, and hopefully get a goal would be the major incident for Swindon. But anything to get the crowd on Swindon's side and really behind them. But don't give up hope. We'll keep fighting.
Phil, very quick word.
Yeah, I think if they're going to get back into it, they're going to need an early goal, Swindon. I don't know where it's going to come from. If they don't, I can see Liverpool going on. So maybe score another 1 or 2.
OK, you said 3-0 on Sky Soccer Weekend, didn't you?
That's
Match
right.
commentators Andy Gray and Martin Tyler.
Thanks, Richard. Well, one man very interested in the outcome of this game is the Southampton manager, Ian Branfoot, because Next Wednesday, Southampton play Swindon, but if it stays this way, Southampton will not be on the bottom of the table at the end of the afternoon. Swindon would drop beneath them. But there's still 45 minutes to go. Some encouraging signs for John Gorman's team. The 2 goals for the side managed by Graham Souness. Here's Whelan. Taylor. It's a foul on Nicol and a chance for us to get a word from Nick Collins.
Martin, Swindon are very upset about the first goal. Just talking to John Gorman, he's spoken to referee Philip Don because Nicky Summerby maintains he never fouled McManaman. So that's basically the story from down here on the benches. Swindon very upset that that first goal was given.
Well, I may not have fouled him, Martin, but to you, and watching viewers would have seen Nicky Summerby's right arm come up straight into the face of Steve McManaman. And if Philip Dawn judges that to be illegal, then it's a free kick. It's as simple as that.
And of course, doing that didn't directly concede the goal because there was still the free kick to defend, which Swindon couldn't do. And Ruddock pounced. Fjørtoft. Here's Nyholt. Fjørtoft again. Summerby pushing on down the right-hand side. McManaman going with him. Nyholt. Turning into Rush, who wins it yet again for Liverpool, defending from the front. Whitbread. Ling, leaving 2 in his wake. The shot hits right. Clough is pulled out onto this near side, but Whitbread kept with him. Moncur is limping at the moment. Just wonder whether John Gorman might have to call for Mickey Hazard. Rush. We'll get it again. Bjørnevik. He missed the last couple of months of last season with injury, but has edged ahead so far of David Burrows, who's on the bench today. Now Swindon would love to have the depth in their squad that Graham Souness has.
They'd love the ball to go out of play, Martin, because John Moncur is just a passenger at the moment. I feel certain he'll be going off.
They won't want it to go out of play at the moment. This is Ling. Too close to double out from Horlock's cross. Whelan. So well constructed by Liverpool again. Rob Jones can't reach it. Well, John Moncur has had quite a week. A goal at Sheffield United last Saturday, becoming a father for the first time on Wednesday and being out all the night before the game against Oldham. He played very well in that game, despite the lack of sleep. But now an injury, which allows Mickey Hazard back into the picture for Swindon. Hazard missed some of the pre-season with Achilles problems of his own. But we know all about his class, particularly over the shorter course. Coming on here early in the second half. Not quite a man for 90 minutes, perhaps. The stats of his career tend to suggest that. But certainly not out of his depth at this level. McLaren. Toft and Much showing well. Has it. Trying to dance through, but there wasn't enough gap between Mulby and Whelan. McManaman was down for a moment, and the crowd taking up the theme that Nick Collins pointed out with John Gorman, that McManaman, from the Swindon point of view, is a bit of a villain today. It's not the way Liverpool will see it, I'm sure. Most importantly, it wasn't the way that the referee saw it. Rush, moving away again. Mulby, there's no offside here. It's Rob Jones. Clough coming in. And it was cut out at the expense of the corner by McLaren.
It's another little warning, though, isn't it? Another half-decent spell from Swindon, but just in a flash, Liverpool just turning defence into attack. Great ball from Jan Mulby, it really was. Mulby. Digby's. Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't a foul either. Swept out of harm's way for a second or two by Summerby, who now tries to confront McManaman. Mulby. It's Ruddock firing it across. It's Whelan trying to fire it goalwards. It's what they've done well today as well, Liverpool. When they've had Swindon on the rack, they've kept the pressure up. And the players outside the box, Whelan and Mulby in particular, just holding. Any time Swindon have half-cleared the ball, it's gone straight to Mulby or Whelan or Nicol, and they've just managed to keep the pressure on.
Well, it's great to see for Graham Souness, who at the end of last season was himself questioning the confidence in him of his own board. Graham has had a break away from it in the summer, holiday in Lake Tahoe in the United States. And over in the dugout there, as Rob Jones gets some attention from Phil Boersma. Let's get another word from Nick Collins.
Martin, just to briefly summarise Graham Souness's team talk at half-time, you could just describe it in 2 words. As each player came out of the dressing room, he told all of them, one by one, no slackening. He must have said it 11 or 12 times to each player, no slackening. So watch out for that in the second half.
Well, they've played according to instructions in that respect. And a bit of time for a bit of byplay. Björnevik, who took the free kick from which Ruddock scored. McManaman. Whelan. McManaman behind Summerby. Oh.
Well, there's one for your collector's item. Rushy missing from a 6-yard line. I think we'll probably find that the header's a little bit behind him, but this is brilliant. When everyone expected Whelan to knock it far post, he just played it straight back to McManaman. No, that's quite a comfortable header normally for Ian Rush. You don't often see him miss the target from that range.
The nervous 199s.
Are you sure?
I'm so used to him breaking records when we're around with the cameras. He got Roger Hunt's all-time Liverpool mark, of course, out of the way at Old Trafford last season. He reached the 300 mark in all games for Liverpool against Tottenham on the last day of last season. He holds landmarks for Wales, of course, as well, for Liverpool in Europe. He can afford to miss 1 or 2, especially when they're 2-0 up. Toft. That's nicely played. And the shot at the end, and Grobbelaar beating the ball down, coached by Hans Krankel, one of the great goal scorers of all time in his time in Austria, to be direct and to use power in his shooting. Rush. Clough takes over. Taylor takes the ball from him. Samabe.
Look at Fjortov's piece of skill here. He's always working to get it on to his right foot. Does that well, and you can't fault the shot. Unfortunately for him, once again, his effort goes straight at Bruce Grobbelaar.
Bjernabé. Whelan. Oh, and Rush has read that superbly, but so too for Swindon has Fraser Digby. That is the Rush run.
Well, he's killed so many defences over the years with that little diagonal dart.
Ling. And here's Much. Well, he snatched at it.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that they've had the better chances in the match. Martin Ling joined up with Fjortov brilliantly, and that created the space for Andy Much. But really, what we've seen Liverpool punish them today is when you get these chances, you really have to hit the target.
Lovely build-up play, Whitbread, Fjortoft, and then Martin Ling. Maybe if anything you'll see in the Premiership, but they have to be more ruthless in front of goal, Swindon. For those watching who will be competitors of Liverpool towards the top of the table, will be pleased, I'm sure, to see Graham Souness's side being cut apart from time to time. I suggest there might be an avenue there to explore for the opposition in future games. Whelan, looking a little weary in his movement there. Here's Ling. Swindon seeking the spark that a goal could bring. Fjortoft. Got back into a good position there. There was no angle for a ball in behind him. Fjortoft rolled well for Liverpool. Ruddock maybe overdoing it. He was fouled then.
Well, all they needed in that situation was somebody to gamble on the long throw. It's Fjortoft that did everything he could. He just knocked it down into the gap. They had nobody coming through to it. Nobody gambled.
Yeah. Here's Clough. Mulby. There's a bit of push and shove there. In the mind of the referee, more by Nicol. Whitbread. Jones to Grobbelaar.
Good first touch, Brucey. You see the way he dragged it away from the player, away from his body. Wonderful stuff.
Well, after what we saw from Peter Schmeichel at Norwich last Sunday, that was quite tame, really. There was still a sense that Liverpool might possibly lose a goal at the end of it. It's a corner. Coming up to 15 minutes played in the second half. Samabe really hangs it up for Taylor. Hazard. Another corner.
I think Bruce making his point crystal clear there. But this is better because the ball's half clear, but at least they've got someone Mickey Hazard just attacking the ball.
Taylor going to the near post this time. Whitbread coming in behind him. Almost a complete air shot by Fjørtoft. There was certainly a feeling down by the dressing rooms when Liverpool arrived. The young Swindon apprentices, trainees were trying to get autographs. A lot of respect for the visitors. But here's McManaman. And Liverpool lead by 3, and there's the difference between the two sides again in a nutshell. Liverpool clinical in front of goal, where Swindon have scuffed their chances, and John Gorman knows now that this game may well be beyond any powers of redress. A second for McManaman, a third for Liverpool.
Well, Ross McClaren commits himself to the tackle. Doesn't get there at all. He actually makes it easy for McManaman. But what McManaman does, he makes the finish look oh so easy. Fraser Digby goes down. McManaman, like a player playing at the highest level, is aware enough just to dink it over the top of him. That's 2 superb finishes from Steve McManaman.
Well, playing for his place too against Mark Walters, against John Barnes, who's still injured. Marvellous in his first full season, in and out last season, in which he started with the after effects of knee surgery, never really got it going to previous levels. He is back at his best. How he's making Swindon suffer.
Important thing for Swindon is learning from it. I think that's going to be the true test.
Rush. Whelan.
Come on, Nicky boy!
Let's have just a little look at this finish again. There's McClaren, he comes over and really does nothing for me. Great awareness then from McManaman as Digby goes down just to lift it over him into the net. Real composure.
Jones. Rush playing a rather extravagant return pass there. He lost the ball, he went and got it back again. Class. Rush.
I've seen Rush all over though, Martin. He loses the ball, as you say, gave it away cheaply. But I tell you what, he doesn't like it when he does that, because he's the one that immediately goes back to win it.
Ball travelled a long way and really got into an onside position because of that. Mulby, Whelan. Here's Jones. Clough. The capacity here these days is around 18,000, just under that by 1,000 or so, largely because Liverpool didn't take up their full allocation. May well mean we've got a lot of viewers on Sky Sports up in the Merseyside area, and those who wear red and white around the city will be very happy with what they've seen, especially with the goal difference improved here. It will mean if it stays this way that Liverpool will be above Everton. So it will make going top that much sweeter. Whitbread. Here's some of it. Fjørtoft setting himself for an overhead kick. This is Horlock.
A little ambitious. A little ambitious. perhaps frustration setting in as well. No surprise at that. As it comes over, you see he's got the time. Takes a touch on it, and they've got plenty of red shirts in there. Thought he might just try and play it back into the danger area.
Well, it's no good leading on the shot count if the shots aren't on target. Björneby. There's a lot of skill in the Swindon side, whether they've got the all-round athleticism, power game is an important part of playing at this level. So they've moved the ball around this county ground pitch in an eye-catching way, and they've done so again here brilliantly. Much bearing in on goal again.
That's an awful finish. It's about the nicest thing I can say about that. Sometimes when a striker's got too much time, you really don't know what to do. Look, he's got plenty of time. He's looking up. I think he wants to cross it. Eventually he feels he can, and really picks the worst option he could have done in that situation, Andy Much.
Well, let's concentrate on the pass, shall we? Which was splendid from Hazard. Liverpool have played here before in the League Cup in 1970. They were beaten 2-0, 2 goals from Don Rogers. But here's Clough looking to try and keep his goal a game record up. He might get the chance here from Rush. McManaman on a hat-trick. Clough going in again and pushing. Another example of the art of Hazard, curving it up to Fjørtoft, right drawn out of the centre. He's stopped some of the momentum, but he can't stop the cross. The flag does that. Stops it doing anything for Swindon's cause anyway. Just a quarter of the match left. And a fixture that has gone to form, that doesn't tell the whole story. Björneby. Somerville. Ling. Somerville might have the shot this time. He's got a very good dig on it. Mark Wright just snuffed out the opening.
Again, another situation that promised more and really delivered nothing for Swindon, and that's been the story, certainly, of the match up to now.
Nickel. Jones. And there's an easy ball on for Björneby. Nickel, well hit. Tend to forget that he once got a hat-trick for Liverpool up at Newcastle, playing in this wide right role in midfield and coming in when the play builds up on the opposite side.
Strike to admire again. Very similar to Steve McManaman's, that it was sat up at an awkward height, but he was good enough to keep very much control on the shot.
Much took it down well, pace of the cross, taken off the ball cleverly by Mark Wright. Let's talk for Liverpool, Mulby. Whelan, unflappable, Björneby. Manaman coming in. It's Ronnie Whelan can line it up now. It's 4 for Liverpool. Arrowing beyond Fraser Digby.
Well, there again, Mark, was a wonderful example of a ball that's only half cleared. And I mentioned the fact that Whelan and Moby had kept the pressure on magnificently all game. Look at that, it's half clear to the edge of the box. But who reacts first? Ronnie Whelan. And that's a great strike into Digby's left-hand corner. The super strike. There we go, look at the way. Textbook stuff. Hits it perfectly. Little deflection there, perhaps. But Digsby, absolutely no chance. Probably hit the target 4 times, Liverpool, today, and they've scored with every one of them.
Well, Ronnie Williams was being written off as a Liverpool player. Talk that he might leave Anfield at the end of last season. Hazard with a quick free kick. Grobbelaar wasn't there, then he was.
Yeah, they would certainly have been aware of that when John Moncur did exactly the same thing at Sheffield United on the opening day.
By Hazard. Summerby, Grobbelaar parries, no one following in for Swindon in that area. Fjørtoft was hoping that it might come back off the goalkeeper his way. There's been no shortage of shots here. Nijholt. Hazard. He's a class act. Liverpool, class and experience all over the pitch. Clough, who's been quite happy to play in the team cause, hasn't tried anything over-elaborate himself. Taking up his angles up front. Header by Ruddock. Whelan. Here's Bjørneby. Swindon can't get out this time. They can now. It was Bjørneby's mistake. Hazard's got much to his right. Fjørtoft going through the centre. Hazard going alone. Hits Ruddock. Corner to Swindon. Graham Souness is going to make a change, and it is in the left-back position. David Burrows emphasising again the options available to Liverpool. Comes on for Stig Inge Bjørneby. 17 minutes left. Right, had to get that one. Taylor had it in his sights. So miscue by Ruddock, and Grobbelaar wondering whether that would be construed as a back pass, and not waiting to find out. Now here he comes, and Bruce remains one of the great sights in the English game.
It's a good time for Graham Souness to bring on David Burrows. As we've seen for the majority of the game, both Liverpool full-backs have enjoyed bags of space and they've had bags of opportunity to get them both into the game. And I'm sure they'll be trying to do that with David Burrows, get him into the game as often as possible in the last 15 minutes. And that makes a lot of sense, that substitution.
Graham Souness perhaps a little more worried about the rain that might spoil that expensive jacket. He's very happy. It's coming down now. But inwardly smiling, I'm sure. Swindon Town 0, Liverpool 4. 2 for McManaman. 1 each for Ruddock and Whelan. Much. McManaman referee checked with the linesman. He obviously saw a little wrong from his angle. Here's Rush. Oh, the whistle has gone.
Oh, what a horrible decision.
Play is stopped.
Horrible decision.
Pull back, and Liverpool are still livid. That's their sense of competition. They won't make any allowances here for the fact that they're already 4 up. And Ian Rush will have to wait for league goal number 200 for Liverpool.
You can't believe that they've got a free kick. Watch and see why he gives a free kick as Nyholt's late. But he still hasn't blown by now, Mark. That's what I can't understand. Philip Dawn's done quite well in that respect today. And he really should have allowed play to go on. That's a little example. If you think that this Liverpool side's lost any of the competitive edge, what 4-0 up.
Neil Ruddock, the Swindon supporters giving him a little bit of attention there. That's why the fingers went into the ears. Mike Marsh comes on. One can only assume that that's an injury for Ruddock. This will be a bit of regrouping defensively for Liverpool.
Yeah, they've just put Mulvey back into the centre-back area.
Slight groin strain, we learn, is the problem for Neil Ruddock. It's another big man in defence now, Jan Mulvey. Well, he played for Ajax for a time, of course. I wonder whether he wanted the number 14 because it was Johan Cruyff's number. Great days at that club. Those who complain about squad numbers should remember that they're not new in terms of world football. Wright has solved Grobbelaar short, and nothing going Swindon's way in front of goal. Grobbelaar showing that he's got strength in the tackle as well.
Well, he's got good control, he's got a good tackle. What more do you want from a goalkeeper?
Oh, he's shown he's good in the air as well. John Gorman himself supervising the second change. Martin Ling, who has run his heart out, really, in the losing cause. Craig Maskell, who scored in that fantastic win over Leicester at Wembley in the final of the playoff, and also scored in both legs of the playoff semi-finals against Tranmere. Maskell lost his place, having started the earlier 2 games of the season, to the new arrival Much. I suppose the one thing that has gone Swindon's way was that decision by Philip Dawn. Otherwise, Liverpool would have gone nap here. They might yet, of course. So they'll be assessing the bounce. Clough. Manneman. Clough. Clough for Rush, for Clough. Well, if you've enjoyed this game, and I'm sure you have in abundance, tomorrow, Aston Villa against Manchester United, the FA Carling Premiership, live, Sky Sports. We start at 7. McManaman for Burrows. They're lining up Liverpool players in the box and outside as well. Marsh coming from the edge of the area. Marsh again. Oh, terrific goal. He began his career as a striker, and he took that brilliantly.
Well, even the Swindon supporters, Mark, are applauding that goal. I think even now they know that they're up against quite a special finishing performance. The finishing has been absolutely wonderful. Again, look at the difficulty they have in clearing the ball. But Marsh is so aware of where everything is, where the goalkeeper is, where the goal is. Just watch the way he digs past the defender, great little dummy, and then a little bend into the corner. That's superb finishing.
So 5 goals for Liverpool, and not one amongst them for Ian Rush or for Nigel Clough. It's the supporting cast who've come to the fore today. 10 minutes left. And Swindon will want to get this over with now. Feeling aggrieved, as we heard. John Gorman disputing the decision that led to the free kick, that led to the opening goal from Neil Ruddock. But that is a simplistic approach, really, because Swindon will also, and perhaps more relevantly, be concerned about taking their chances, and they've had no better example than their opposition today. Liverpool have hit and hardly missed.
Look at that. That's clinical finishing. And that's the one word that's been missing from this Swindon performance, and that's the word clinical. And their finishing, they really haven't been.
McManaman nearly took that in his stride.
A little theory I've had about Swindon, man, and I had it when Glenn Hoddle was manager as well. I think they're a lovely side to watch. I think viewers at home would see that today. When they've got the ball, they've got good movement, they've got good appreciation of the game. But what I also think they are, you'd be happy to play against them every week. I think if you were a player, you would know that there's not really in there physically that can harm you. And I remember John Gorman earlier today talking about the physical aspect. He felt that the top league was a stronger one, was a more powerful one. And I think that's something his side have to learn. They have to become a hard side to play against, as well as when they've got the ball. And if they can learn that, then they may go somewhere in the league.
Summerby. Marsh. Well, in that respect, they perhaps had a better example. Liverpool in Oldham on Wednesday night. Who came and did a thoroughly professional job, Premiership style. Fjørtoft is offside. You wouldn't expect Swindon week in, week out to match the Liverpools of this world. They don't have the resources to do it. But they've got to compete, and quickly. McManaman. Hazard. Maskell's offside. Craig Maskell actually scored 1 goal in the old First Division as a youngster at Southampton, for Southampton rather, at Spurs. That was 7 years ago. He's got to work his way up and down the country to get back to the top division.
I suppose the question that everyone will be asking them, Mark, is just how far down the road are this Liverpool side now to being what we would all term back?
Well, you've asked it, you can answer it in a minute.
I was asking.
Marsh. I'm sure Graham Souness, for all his delight today, will still say early days.
I think it is, but the signs are very good. I think even throughout the success years of Liverpool, they were always notoriously slow starters in the league campaign. But this must be, what, the best start in the league. 3 wins out of 3 for many a year.
Fjørtoft. Now Maskell, no, he can't locate it either.
He's unlucky. Just lost it.
Rush from Whelan's pass. Whitbread is the defender. Looks as though it's going to be one of those days personally for Ian Rush as a goal scorer, but his contribution to the team effort has been all you would expect from a captain.
Premature that for 6 minutes.
You're right. Mulvey. Nickel. Rush. through the goal for the moment. So it goes back to Burrows. Now to Marsh. And now for Rush. And is it now into the back of the net? That's offside. Well, Swindon now statuesque in their defending. They've run themselves out. The pain of the way Liverpool have taken them apart starting to have an effect. Offside. Just under 5 minutes left. Liverpool have beaten Sheffield Wednesday, although Wednesday, for the most part of that match, played with 10 men. Liverpool came to Rangers Stadium and won an invigorating match against Queen's Park Rangers. Here, well, they've just shown Swindon the standards that they have to live up to. Done so in the most emphatic way. When they needed a bit of luck defensively, it's been around for Liverpool. Hazard. Nyholt. McLaren. Graham Souness has had to live with critics pretty close to home as well. A certain section of Liverpool supporters accustomed to higher standards, accustomed to trophies, but it looks rough his job for John Gorman's, would you? Nicol. Little exchange on the edge of the area.
Look at that again, Mark. So the ball comes out there, and where does it drop to? You've got Whelan and Marsh as well, both available to keep the pressure on. Really is difficult when you're against Liverpool at this, and they keep the pressure on. It becomes relentless at times. But you're right, I agree with you. The true test of Liverpool is yet to come. It lies ahead in this season, but what a start to it.
Nicol. Well, look how they're enjoying it. They're entitled to that. McManaman is mishitted. They can get away with wasting chances now.
But that little move earlier, Martin, the Steve Nicol one, a carbon copy nearly of the one at Queen's Park Rangers when, or from the other side, from the left-hand side, when Clough rolled it in, Rush stepped over it, and Nicol came in and hammered it into the net. He came very close to emulating that there.
Right. Totally thinking about attack, but he's on it, the move now. He's got Clough keeping pace with him. Is it 6 for Liverpool? It's not. Well, Rush was getting there, but Clough actually was the one who could have just tapped it in had it come across the face of the goal.
Yeah, you see it here again. Russia plays the 1-2. And Nicol's clear. There's no doubt that he was going to have a shot here. He'd made up his mind very early. The only thing is, if he screws that a little bit further to the right, Nigel Clough has a tap in.
Final minute. We go back to the moment Andy Match got away from John Moncur's pass when it was 0-0 and hammered the shot towards the far post, but wide of it. Mascot, Much now. Marsh came out of that for worse with Whitbread. Taylor. Corlock, who's tried to work the left-hand side throughout for Swindon.
Well, what you wouldn't like to pick up now if you're a Liverpool player with people coming back from injury is an injury yourself. You've got one or two players on this side now playing with one or two knocks just to make sure they keep their place.
As it always was with Liverpool. Fjørtoft. Corner. In stoppage time. Well, the crowd still would like to see Swindon score at home for the first time in the Premiership. Maybe the last opportunity for them. Won't make a ha'porth of difference to the result. Hazard. For some of it. Really teed up for him to cross it, but McManaman vigilant to the last. Some of his corner. It's a cross goal from David Burrows. Liverpool piece it together one more time.
Managers get few opportunities in the season to actually be relaxed during a game. But I can't help but think that for the majority of this game that Graham Souness has been in a pretty relaxed state of mind. I'm pretty confident about the outcome of this game.
Well, when you look at the if-onlys for Swindon, the first 20 minutes when they set the tempo, and a good tempo it was, just what John Gorman would have liked in every respect except the finishing. But Liverpool are top of the league tonight. Played 3-1-3, really mean business. 2 goals of the 5 for Steve McManaman. Neil Ruddock opened it up. Ian Rush not amongst the goals today, but part of an exemplary Liverpool performance. Ronnie Whelan on target. Mike Marsh came on to get his name on the list as well. Swindon, it's the opposite side of the coin. Played 3, lost 3. Bottom of the table, very quickly put in the picture about life in the Premiership. Liverpool in front of goal were virtually faultless. Swindon had their chances on this cold, bleak August afternoon in Wiltshire. And their fans with cold, bleak feelings about what might come in the months ahead as they leave the ground. In Swindon's defence, they've lost some key players, but they've got to address the problems. And if there is a plus from the way they've started the season, and you have to look very hard to find one, at least everything is spelt out for them now, and they know what they have to do, but they've got to address those problems quickly. But for Liverpool, well, it's Graham Souness' side that's off to a real flyer. Let's join Nick Collins.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. Ian Rush and Steve McManaman here. First of all, Ian, many congratulations. A great result, but how often do Liverpool get 5 and you don't manage to get on the score sheet?
Not many times, but same, we've got so many good players in the side now that anyone's capable of scoring, and that's what it proved today.
Somebody was saying during the week that it was a case of Liverpool going back to their old habits and old methods. Is that how you think that you're doing so well at the moment?
I think it's last season we had a lot of problems and that, and I think this season we've got the right players to pass the ball. And I say, likes of Jan Moby and Ronnie Whelan in the midfield, now we're capable of creating anything. And we've got Shaggy here now going down on the wing, and I think at the moment, John Barnes is still not fit, and it's going to be frightening when he is back in the side.
Well, Steve, well done today on your 2 goals. An object lesson in taking your chances, I suppose.
Yeah, I've been guilty in the past of missing a few chances like that, but thankfully I put them away today.
There's an awful lot of competition for places and a big scramble to get on the score sheet at the moment with Liverpool, but I'm sure that's the kind of competition you're all enjoying.
Yeah, of course. We've got that many people in the squad. You just have to play for your place each game. And if you keep on winning like that, I think we can't change the team, yeah.
Well, your 2-goal performance was obviously crucial to Liverpool's victory. I think we can show you the 2 goals. Let's, I think here we go. Here comes the first one.
Yeah, Steve Nichols just looked a great ball in, and I've just managed to come in at the far post. Hit the first time, and luckily it went in. Normally they go over the bar, but that one went in, thank God.
Good finish there.
Yeah, as I said, I just hit it first time. Thankfully it went in. First goal of the season.
And here comes the second goal of the season.
Well, the man just committed himself. Luckily it's gone through his legs, and as the goalie committed himself, he just chipped it over.
Well, you've knocked Everton off the top of the table, there one set. Initial reaction to that?
I think it's nice to win 5-0 away from home, but say it's only 3 games and there's quite a lot to go yet, so it's no use getting carried away at the moment. We're just happy that we've played 3 and won 3.
Absolutely. Steve, a word on Liverpool going top? Must be a good feeling?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we just want to stay there. I mean, all through the season, hopefully. I mean, Everton is second, so that's a good thing for Merseyside, I think.
Well, Steve, you've been named man of the match. Ian, as a club captain, perhaps you'd be good enough to present it to Steve.
Shaggy, hope it's first and many, mate. Hopefully. Share that on the way back on the coach.
Very well done, lads.
Very much.
5-0 Liverpool. Men at work, really was this afternoon, wasn't it? And Swindon, if they didn't know now that they're in the big time. Liverpool and Everton, 1 or 2. Go back to the mid-80s to find a situation when it used to be like that. When we come back, the verdict and more.
Tonight on Sky. At 6 on Sky 1, Homer and Bart get it together in a double helping of The Simpsons.
Ay, caramba!
And following at 7, a close encounter with a very strange life form in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. At 8 on Sky Movies Plus. Take a terrifying ride into the future. Free Jack. And at 10 on Sky Movies Gold, Peter Sellers in his final screen performance, Being There. Tonight on Sky.
This is Carl Banks. His career has been plagued with injury after injury after injury. However, none of them were his. Carl Banks, linebacker, only wears pony.
They say that nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina. Oh, we'll see. Taxi! Most kind. So, how much, keep the change. You haven't got any Carlsberg by any chance? Well, when in Denmark. Are you from England? Yeah. This your first time? No, I've been from England lots of times before.
Every morning at watering holes, the adolescent males gather. Some specimens, still washing with soap and water, aren't hard to spot. While the more successful males wash every day with Biactol, because unlike ordinary soap, Biactol kills the bacteria that build up daily to cause spots, giving these lesser spotted males a clear advantage, especially when it comes to finding a mate. Biactol knocks spots off soap and water.
Some people find that traditional indigestion tablets leave a chalky, gritty taste in their mouth. Remigel are different. You'll find they're soft, chewy and minty. Remigel dissolves smoothly, work quickly and effectively to help soothe away indigestion. Remigel. They're chewy, not chalky.
At Rover Dealers, we don't believe our job ends with the sale of a car. We believe that's where it begins.
Now, I got a call from Nick the Greek. He was having a bit of a bash. He said he needed loads of plates for all his guests to smash. I said, come with me, me old China. So I took him down my showroom. I said, these should suit your needs. If the price is right, they're yours tonight. I was laughing all the way to the leads. That's going straight into liquid gold. With liquid gold, they give you such high interest rates. The more you save, the more you earn. Just handy on a plate. And they dish it out quick, too. Now, back at old Nick's party, it wasn't quite like Greece. The crockery was a mockery. It all stayed in one piece. Yours truly wasn't very popular. I said, Nick, look on the bright side. Son, you've not been done. You can use them for another bash. 2 for the price of 1.
Liquid Gold pays higher rates for bigger savers, so laugh all the way to the leads.
Today in Britain, there's a type of scavenger. Like a hyena, it preys on the defenseless. It shows no compassion towards its victims. Most car crimes are committed by opportunists. If your car hasn't got adequate security, you're making it easier for them. Leave it unlocked, and they're laughing. Car crime. Together, we'll crack it.
Welcome back to Super Sunday. The match facts then. Swindon Town 0, Liverpool 5. 20 shots from Swindon, just 4 on target. 15 from Liverpool, 7 on target. 8 corners to Swindon, just 2 to Liverpool. Fair number of free kicks conceded throughout the game. But 35 shots in one match, that really is something. So Liverpool, comfortable winners today. That should have put a smile on Graham Souness's face. He's with Nick Collins.
Graham, many congratulations. I know 3 wins out of 3, you're not going to get carried away, but how do you reflect on this start?
We've started well. We've played some good football. I feel that we can get a lot better. That may sound like bravado, but I feel that even today we've scored 5 goals, but we could have scored a lot more. Our passing could have been better at times. But there's a lot of encouraging signs, and as always at our place, we will not talk about it. We'll hopefully let that. The actions speak louder than words out on the pitch, but we've got to be happy with our start.
What are the differences, do you think, between the results and performances this season as perhaps compared to last season?
The time to talk about that will be Christmas time, or even later than that. We've started well, we've played 3 games, we've played well in 3 games, we've created a lot of chances, and we're scoring goals. But it may sound